will come to order. Members, we will revert to the motion that was before the body, before the recess was called. Call the member from Dakota, Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that one of our esteemed colleagues has put a motion in at the desk to debate one of the most important issues facing our state, the Employment Freedom Amendment. But that debate, that discussion can happen in due course and in the ordinary course of business, so I withdraw my motion.
Representative Wardlow withdraws his motion. The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the House.
State your privilege of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, prior to the recess, the Speaker Pro Tem made a ruling on a motion, and I questioned her ruling. I have subsequently found out that my questioning was wrong. I was incorrect. The Speaker Pro Tem was correct on her ruling, and I want to humbly apologize to her.
Fiscal calendar. The first bill on the fiscal calendar for today is Senate File 230. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 230 on the fiscal calendar for today, an act relating to health occupations.
I call the member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to insert the House language into the Senate file, please, if I could.
There is an author's delete all amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the delete all amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 230 to second engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 462, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 462.
Call the member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to present your delete all amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill before you is the Nurse Licensing Compact Bill. It's been through committees for the last several years, and some of you have heard the bill, and I'm going to explain it for those of you who have not. The Nurse Licensing Compact is a legal agreement between 2 or more states, and it allows the recognition of nurse licensure in good standing in all states that participate in the compact, and to date that is 24 states. It is a mutual recognition model which is comparable to a driver's license. You must have met the standard in each state, and in the case of nursing, every nurse in the country must pass the NCLEX exam. It is a national exam and the same in every state. Once you hold that valid license, every state in the compact will recognize that license, but you must still follow the rules of practice for nursing in the state for which you live and the state for which you practice. There are some differences in continuing your license in various states, and so I just want to be clear that while every nurse takes the same licensing exam in the entire United States, each state is allowed to impose its own continuing education requirements for continuing that licensure. I want to be clear also that you must be licensed in the state in which you live. And so if you move to Minnesota, the license that you had will be removed when you apply for the license in the state that you live, very much like a driver's license. The compact will help modernize health care, and we all know that Minnesota is a leader in health care in the state, or Rochester, I feel, in the state, but Minnesota in our nation. I'm very proud of Mayo Clinic in my community, and I know many of you are proud of the clinics and hospitals in your community. And as you will see in some of the handouts that are being passed around, the hospitals and nurses and many, many other associations are supportive of this legislation. I think a nurse licensing compact, along with being one of the recommendations of the very recently organized 2012 Governor's Healthcare Task Force, this was considered an essential component of continuing health care in the state of Minnesota. It also supports the changes we've made in 2008, 9, 10, and 11 in supporting health care reform in our state. This particular license, the compact, is good for our hospitals, it's good for our nurses, it's good for our patients, and it does move us in the direction that we need to go with health care reform in the area of e-medicine and telemedicine, which are certainly growing in my part of the state and all over the world. This will allow nurses in the state of Minnesota to expand their practices by following up with patients in the clinics and the hospitals they go to receive care. I know in Rochester, when patients come to our hospital and are seen at Mayo Clinic from around the whole country and sometimes the world, they return to that location and may want to call back for follow-up, or Mayo nurses may want to call them. This would allow them to at least serve those patients in 24 states and not have to buy a license in each of those states as currently occurs. So this will expand the role of nurses and provide more opportunities. The compact will help our state in one other way that I want to make clear. We have a border state agreement, and that was passed back in 2001 for the 2002 year. And what that means is, and many of you who live in cities along our borders understand this, that nurses in our border states are allowed to come into the state of Minnesota to practice, but the Minnesota nurses are not allowed to go into any of those states without purchasing a license because they are not members of a compact state. The compact state agreement, and all the states surrounding Minnesota belong to the compact state, or compact license agreement. So again, I just want to say you have a very long list on your desk, I hope, that has a list of people that support the Nurse Licensure Compact. I do want to let you know that I did make an error. It said Minnesota Hospital Association twice, and one of those should say the Red Cross. I apologize for that error. And I do want to also make clear and be fair that there is one organization who, and actually two organizations who do oppose the bill. While we do have the support of the LPN organization, and that's listed on there, and you see their affiliated unions, the Minnesota Nurses Association and their affiliated unions do not support this. And so I'm sure you'll hear from some of the opponents, and I'll let them speak their piece here in a little bit and address any concerns that you might have. This is a very important bill for our state, for health care, and in my opinion for our nurses. So with that, that's an explanation of the bill. I'll answer questions, but I do have an amendment as well, Mr. Speaker.
But we have to adopt the delete all amendment. First, Representative Norton. Further discussion to the author's delete all amendment. Further discussion. All those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next author's amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 230 to second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 514.
Call the member from Homestead, Representative Norton, to your author's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, in my last comments I talked about that there were some folks who were concerned about the Nurses Licensure Compact, and indeed they are. The Minnesota Nurses Association and their affiliate unions have shared some concerns. And so to that end, I pulled folks together here in the last week with the National Compact manager and had him answer questions for them. And as a result of that meeting, I asked what I could do to help gain their support. They suggested a study. While I'm not willing to give up the compact for that study, I did want to try to accommodate their concerns and needs. And so what I am proposing is an amendment here that will put in place I pushed out the date of the compact for a full year, so it will not start until 2013. I have put in place an evaluation of the current nurse licensing compact states, the other 24 states that are currently in the compact. I've asked for a study by the Department of Health, which we will pay for, and it is to study the following items: the nurse workforce, disciplinary actions, and union bargaining and their impact. So that study will take place in the next year. And then I've also included, and hopefully this will help some of you, a study for the 3 years following the implementation of the compact that will allow us to evaluate as we go along each of those first 3 years to make certain that we are watching these very same issues during the first 3 years of implementation. So I will be honest with you, this did not gain full support, or I think they were appreciative of my effort, but it did not gain the support of the Minnesota Nursing Association or unions. But I still think it's a good idea, and I'm willing to push out the implementation so we can look at these very serious issues. And you just should know that both the governor and the legislature can pull out of the compact if these studies show concerning trends or issues that we might have. So we can pull out anywhere along the line, even before it starts, but also any of those first 3 years if we see something of concern. So members, I would appreciate your support on this amendment and then your bill, on the bill.
Discussion to the author's amendment. Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I'd like to speak to the amendment. I appreciate Representative Norton's efforts on this piece of legislation. It is a contentious and controversial piece of legislation for the profession of nursing. It is a controversy that is a decade old, and it does divide nursing, both registered nurses against registered nurses and registered nurses against licensed practical nurses, and that's unfortunate. I have continued to convey my view that there is a way to find compromise on this legislation, but to my perspective, to my satisfaction, there hasn't been nearly enough discussion. And one of the things I'd like to point out is when we look at this evaluation in Section 6 of the amendment, there are things missing here that when I listen to the nurses who are concerned about this legislation, that I can't help but admit that I'm surprised that they're not a part of the amendment. When I listen to nurses talk about this piece of legislation, they're worried about patient safety. They're worried about nurses coming from other states, not meeting our standards, and harming patients in Minnesota. They're worried about patient redress. So if we're having nurses coming from all sorts of states being mutually recognized here, but not tracked anymore by our licensing board, instead they're just coming into Minnesota, but we don't know that they're here anymore, and they go back to their home state, and they've heard a patient here in Minnesota, where does that patient find or seek redress? Do they find it at the Board of Nursing here where the nurse is not licensed? Or do they go to Tennessee where the nurse is licensed? Or Hawaii? Or California? How do we track those nurses? The Board of Nursing doesn't track them anymore. And I'm also worried about our authority as a legislature. And I'll talk about that more when we get to the bill as a whole. I know that Representative Norton is in good faith trying to find a compromise, but I think this amendment, trying to represent a compromise, is sorely lacking in key components, the things that we as a state legislature currently regulate in terms of the profession of nursing and the way that people are cared for in Minnesota, and so therefore I would ask for your no vote.
Discussion of the author's amendment. The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask Representative Murphy a question, please.
She will yield. Representative Benson.
Thank you. Representative Murphy, you said that you had in your statement, you made a misstatement, something like you had a problem, or they had a problem with their nurses coming here, but isn't the problem with this that our nurses can't go there? They can already come here.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Benson. No, nurses are easily licensed in every state of the union, and it's certainly easy. I've been licensed in Wisconsin, now licensed here. It is an easy transaction to get licensed. What's not happening right now is that other states are not recognizing our border state reciprocity effort. So Minnesota is asked to enter into border state reciprocity agreements with Wisconsin and North Dakota and South Dakota. Those states are saying we're not going to do that. But it is easy for a registered nurse to get a license in any one of those states. It's an electronic transaction. It takes 24 hours to get licensed in Minnesota coming from another state.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my question, of course, is maybe not a question; it's a statement that Mayo Clinic in my backyard, and somebody that I need to listen to constantly. They need this compact. They need for their nurses to be able to follow patients back to wherever, Iowa, Wisconsin, and this would be the easiest way to get that done. So what we have is a single group of nurses standing in the way of progress, of allowing for the nurses in Minnesota to be able to track patients back to these other states.
Any further? The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, members. And I just want to clarify something that I think I understood Representative Murphy to say, and I just want to be clear. This particular evaluation will include members of labor organizations and professional nursing groups as part of this evaluation team that will do the research. So I just wanted to be clear. I've tried including everybody, including the unions and the nurses themselves, in this group that will study and work with the evaluation team.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. No. The amendment passes. There is another amendment at the desk. The member from Olmsted.
Liebling moving to amend Senate File 230, the second engrossment is amended as follows. The amendment is coded 533.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what you have before you is a modification of the genetic information law. And this is something that the Minnesota Department of Health is very, very interested in, because there was a court decision, the Bearder decision last November, which made a change in our law that has a lot of far-reaching consequences. And I've given you a letter from the Commissioner of the Department of Health that explains some of the consequences. And very simply, members, what happened is that any biological sample has been now defined by the court as genetic information. This has far-reaching consequences because very often we or our Department of Health are, biologic samples can be a lot of things. For example, if you go to your doctor and give a blood sample, that is a sample that has within it genetic information, but most of the time it's not being used for genetic information of any kind. But anything really that's biologic, potentially under the law, the way it's been interpreted, is now considered genetic information, and that brings with it a lot of consequences having to do with informed consent. So, for example, if I look at you and I see that you have brown eyes, that could in a way be considered now genetic information. So we need to tighten up our law and make sure that things that are considered genetic information are really things that that's only when genetic information is going to be extracted from a sample and not the sample itself. And if you look at the letter from the Department of Health, what you see is that this change, this redefinition of a sample into genetic information, has lots of different impacts and will impact a lot of the public health activities that we and our constituents really depend upon. And I have to say here, members, we have one of the best departments of health in the entire nation. And these are things that shouldn't be controversial, that our Department of Health is doing to protect all of us. And as it says here on the letter, some of the activities that are jeopardized by the court's decision are things like identifying and controlling disease outbreaks, such as measles, meningococcal disease, whooping cough, cholera, another one that I don't dare pronounce here on the House floor, and E. coli infections. It also will hinder them in responding to chemical exposures to deadly chemicals, even including things like chemical warfare and exposure to toxic industrial chemicals and radioactive isotopes. So I see that Representative Holberg is back on the House floor here. And this is an issue that Representative Holberg, I know, has been working on, and I am hoping that she will be in agreement with this, because I know that she's very interested in this topic, and I have been trying to get her attention to try to see if she would agree with this on the House floor. So I think what I'll do is just, members, talk a little bit more about the letter so that she gets a chance to get oriented here. But in addition, the Department of Public Health is telling us that this court decision, unless it's fixed here during this session, will impact on public health reporting activities that help them to detect outbreaks of salmonella. And we know that these can be very serious kinds of health impacts. We have had situations where things like tomatoes were recalled, peanut butter was recalled, and we have an excellent lab that, you know, when they track where these things are coming from, often they have to take biologic samples from patients in order to do this and analyze the different biologic materials. But the way the law is now, they believe that this will make it very difficult for them to do these things. So, members, that's what the amendment is. I would like to see if I can, I see that Representative Holberg is busy there, but I would like to see if I can get her to yield. Maybe I could, I'd like to ask Representative Holberg to yield, if she would, Madam Speaker.
She yields. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Holberg, I'm sorry to catch you unawares. I've been trying to find you to give you a heads up that I was going to be bringing up this amendment, and I know this is something that you have a lot of concern about and that you've been working on for a long time. And so I wonder if you would, if this would be something that you would accept at this time. And I know that you're continuing to work on this issue, but I'm very much afraid that if we don't get this, well, maybe I should just say that it would be good to get this maybe in a couple of different places moving along. And I would like to see if you could give the body some perspective on this. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I don't think this is germane, and I understand I haven't been on the floor much. We've been trying to work on other issues. For those of you that have been around here for a while, the idea that we would put Chapter 13 language in a couple different places to try and keep it moving around all over the place, I mean, that's really not what I think is a good idea at all. If I had been able to have the opportunity to speak to the bill author or the amendment author, what I could say is I spent another nearly hour with representatives from Department of Health today, authorized them to request help in the revisor's office. As I was leaving to go back to another meeting maybe a half hour ago, they informed me that we should have draft language by 9 a.m. tomorrow. I have also spoken with our staff, and at the next Rules Committee, you will see a Senate file in which I'm an author, Senate File 1212, that has to do with health data, moved to the calendar. I am taking steps to address this issue, but I feel like to try and put this on this bill tonight with no notice is like throwing a firecracker into the room, and probably not the best idea. My strong preference would be that you pull the amendment. I can make a germaneness ruling. There's no Chapter 13 in the base bill. You know, if you want to be on the list, I've told everybody that has expressed an interest that I will forward the draft language to them once I get it in an electronic format. Minority Leader Petersen, I went to him and said, who on your side of the aisle should be the contact person on this issue? He recommended Representative Khan. So if anybody wants to be on the list or whatever, I'm happy to do that. But tonight's really not the night to have a discussion like this on such an important issue. But I assure you, we know that the issue has to be addressed before the end of session.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Holberg. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your commitment that this is going to be worked on. And I had heard that you were working on it, and I apologize again that I didn't get a chance to speak to you before bringing this up on the floor. Everybody was kind of off off doing a lot of different things. So I really do appreciate, and I appreciate having a chance to kind of talk a little bit to the body about the importance of this issue, and I really look forward to getting this resolved before the end of session. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would withdraw the amendment.
There's no further discussion. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 230, as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion? The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I really appreciate the work of Representative Norton on this issue. I know it's an important issue for her area of the state and for our border areas, and I am sincere in my interest in trying to find a solution that works for the hospitals and for the nurses. But in this case, I don't think this legislation is ready yet. And I don't think that we're listening enough to the nurses. And I'm not sure we're discussing enough yet about our authority. Last week, Representative Kiffmeyer brought a bill dealing with the Sunset Commission to the floor. I spoke up in favor of that piece of legislation because it had language in it about background checks. 37 states in the union do background checks on healthcare professionals. We don't in a uniform way do that. And the nurses worked with Representative Ablers and others to come up with language on background checks, and unfortunately that didn't make it through all the way to the end of that working group, but there is a study. I visited a group of nurses in Wyoming earlier this year, and the nurses in Wyoming decided not to be a part of the compact because they do background checks on all their nurses. And if they enter into the compact, the nurses coming from other states will not be subject to that background check. And for that reason, the nurses in Wyoming and the Wyoming legislature thought, we're better off. We're providing a better standard of care and a better statement of patient safety for the people of Wyoming by enacting our own laws and upholding our own laws. We're giving away some of our authority if we enter into this compact. I do think there is an issue about telemedicine and telehealth, but it's not limited to registered nurses. It goes beyond nursing. It's about pharmacists and physicians and every licensed professional who engages in care of somebody who's residing in another state while the professional is in their home state. We should fix that. But this does not fix that alone. We should do it for all the professions together so that we understand what the standard of care is for the patients in Minnesota and what our regulatory authority is. So while I understand there are people that support this and there are hospitals that want it, I hope that you will listen tonight to the nurses and vote against this proposal and let us work over the interim to bring something stronger for your consideration next year. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, when I graduated from nursing school, we took a 3-day test on paper. And it was grueling, and I was so grateful for the tough teachers then, the ones that you didn't like when you're in school. You really like them when you take the test because it really helps you pass them. When my sons graduated and took the nursing test, it was electronic. And however, as they practice now, and times have changed, and so we progress on. And I think it is, though, helpful to have the Nurse Compact pass and a study on the criminal background checks, because it's important that we consider those two things together and not preemptively do the criminal background checks prior to the implementation. I think that they will work very, very well together. And there are always changes, and change is always difficult, but I think this bill Representative Norton has put together is thoughtful and considerate and inclusive of everybody in regards to moving forward on this. And so I'm very glad to be able to take another step in the progression of the practice of nursing and to cast a green vote and a yes vote for the Nurse Compact. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Conference committee reports of House File.
Conference committee report. This is the Petersen B motion. Conference committee report on House File 1870, an act relating to education. Reports addressed to the Honorable Kurt Zeller, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Michelle L. Fishbach, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 1870, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the House and all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Petersen B moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File 1870 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
I recognize the author, Representative Petersen.
Madam Speaker, so moved. Conference Committee on House File 1870 really has one significant difference between the House and Senate language. We adopted the Senate language relating to probationary teachers, allowing districts on a permissive basis to retain those most highly effective probationary teachers. Other than that, we took the House language, and I'll be open to any questions.
Is there any discussion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor to the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report to House File 1870, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File 1870 as amended by conference.
Third reading. Any further discussion? The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I get up actually painfully, and I don't mean physically painfully, but kind of psychologically painfully, because I do think that this is an area that we can address, and that there are ways in which this issue can be addressed. But let me just say before folks tune out that my purpose for getting up is to point at one side and say, those are the folks who can't get things done, and these are the folks that can. That there certainly is plenty of sort of failing going all over the place on this issue. I don't believe in sending the executive branch a bill that is going to get vetoed, and that's what's going to happen with this bill. And I will say that the governor, I think, has articulated some pretty intelligent reasons why he would not want to move forward with this bill at this point. And I'm not going to belabor all the points here, but it basically comes down to wanting to have a practical way in which to time the good work that we've, as a body, have forwarded to the executive branch and directing them to develop a teacher evaluation system in the state of Minnesota. And the basic argument that the governor has made, which I do find credibility with, is that it's very difficult to develop a comprehensive teacher evaluation system if we're predetermining right now that it's going to be used heavily for a high-stakes, basically forced layoff purpose. It seems to me that if you have a good teacher evaluation system, you don't need to cross that road. You don't need to get to the point where you're using it for the sake of a high-stakes purpose relative to forced layoffs. And that the real gem, if you will, in terms of using the teacher evaluation system is how do we make, first and foremost, how do we help our existing teachers to be better at what they do. Having said all that, and I think there's a credible argument there, I do think that there could have been much more creativity expressed on the executive branch in terms of engaging the legislature on this issue, and that was not, unfortunately, forthcoming from the governor on this issue. And so we're stuck where we're normally stuck when people can't talk to one another, which is, okay, we're going to send them, any bill, and then we'll sort of take our chances here. And so, it's unfortunate that we're going to send a bill forward. It'll send a message about this issue of teacher seniority in the case of forced layoffs. But what I do want to caution members and the public is that there's more than one way that we could have done this, and this is one way, and the governor has been real clear that this way is not the approach that he's going to sign this year. Having said all that, I certainly want to be able to tell the governor that this is an issue that we should be addressing. There are ways in which we can address this to protect the integrity of our teacher evaluation system and make sure that there is true fairness that involves fairness for students but also involves fairness for our teachers who have invested their lives into pursuing this important career. And so, members, with great pain, I'm going to vote no on this bill today. This issue will not go away, and I suspect for those of us who are back next year, we will be wrestling with this issue again, and hopefully we'll be doing that within a different context, perhaps within a context where the teacher evaluation system has now been developed, where we know a little bit more about what some of the unintended kinks and consequences might arise from the application of the system, particularly as it impacts many of our smaller school districts who may not have the full resources to be able to implement a comprehensive teacher evaluation system that can meet both purposes that we're attempting to have them meet by last year's bill and by this bill before us. So, members, with great pain, I would say this bill is not ready. It's not, unfortunately, we're not at a point where there is a meeting of the mind with the executive branch, but I do think that there are ways in which that could happen, and I wish we were voting on a different bill here today.
A member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. Representative Mariani, thank you for your service on the conference committee and your thoughtful approach to rejecting this bill. Members, this bill fails Minnesota's students and fails Minnesota's families. It's a political act, not a piece of political courage and policy reform. It fails Minnesota students in a number of ways. First, it fails to appreciate that the most important person in the building, if we want strong schools and to close the achievement gap, you need a strong administrator and a strong culture. This bill allows weak administrators with unknown qualifications to keep their jobs and make the decisions as to which teachers get laid off. Members, you start at the top. But this bill fails to do that. First, you make sure that the people doing the evaluations and getting the big paychecks are competent, engaged, and qualified to make the decisions the bill empowers them to make. But the bill fails to do that, and in doing so it fails Minnesota students and fails Minnesota families because it doesn't assure that the lower performing teacher actually is the one who's laid off, as is promised in the rhetoric around the bill. It fails Minnesota students and teachers and families because it doesn't require that the evaluation that the layoff decision is made on be current. In fact, the author testified in committee that you could use a 3-year-old evaluation to make a decision as to whether someone who'd spent 10, 15, 20 years building their career, building their curriculum, and caring and teaching students in that district got laid off. Members, let me ask a question. Would you accept your child getting a grade based on how they performed in math 3 years ago? You wouldn't. And we don't do your child or the other children of Minnesota any favor by laying off their teachers based on what they were doing 3 years ago either. That's incompetence. That's a license for bad management, not education reform. The bill fails in that area. And thirdly, this bill fails to protect school choice. We've chosen as a legislature over the number of years to use school choice as a strategy for responding to the diverse needs and desires of Minnesota's families, the diverse learning styles and interests of Minnesota's students, and as a strategy for trying to close the achievement gap. But this bill doesn't protect school choice. Send your child to a language immersion school? Too bad. Under the Petersen bill, next year they get an English-speaking teacher who doesn't know anything about Spanish or French or German or Chinese or whatever language, because the bill fails to protect them. You think Montessori is an interesting and appropriate approach to education for your child? Well, too bad, because next year under the Petersen bill, your child gets taught by someone who's not had a lick of training in the Montessori approach, because it fails to protect those children. Your children goes to one of those schools that's challenged and struggled, but has recently been restructured, maybe with a new administrator, maybe with significantly new teachers, and they're trying to gel and pull together and do the hard work to close the achievement gap. Well, too bad. They're not important enough to be protected in this bill. And in fact, when the author was offered language to protect school choice, protect struggling children, and protect Minnesota's approach to education, that language, bipartisanly supported in the past, was rejected. The bill, members, fails Minnesota's students, fails Minnesota's families, fails Minnesota's teachers. It gets a big fat F, and I hope a big fat red vote. Thank you.
The member for Minoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mariani. You really pointed out in the tail end of your speech one of the real tragedies of this whole process. About a month ago, DFL members and Republican members on this floor spoke in favor and opposed to House File 1870. But not a single one of those members stood on the floor and advocated that we do nothing. Not a single one in the hour-and-a-half long debate, including Representative Dabney, including Representative Kath, and many other members, who said we should do something, but this isn't that approach. And so we went to conference committee, and I thank Representative Mariani for participating in that. And Representative Mariani offered an amendment, and I said in that conference committee as well that the real tragedy here is that the governor has already declared he's going to veto it. Regardless of what the work of the conference committee was going to be, he preempted the possible bipartisan work that could have been done in that committee, despite the fact that an overwhelming number of Minnesotans, an overwhelming number of Minnesota nonprofits, an overwhelming number of community groups and predominantly DFL districts supported. The governor never had an interest in working collaboratively. And if he did, why would he have preempted the work of the conference committee and declared a veto prematurely? Representative Dabney, you pointed out an interesting fact that this is nothing more than a political ploy, and I would ask you this simple question. Is it a political decision then for the African American Leadership Forum? What is their political motivation for supporting this bill? Now, you guys have stood up before and said that all of our bills are ALEC models or some push by some right-wing organization. Well, what's the political reason that the African American Leadership Forum supports this? The State Council on Black Minnesotans, the Minnesota Campaign for Achievement Now, Put Kids First Minneapolis, Students for Education Reform, the Leadership for Education Equity, Action for Equity, community groups that do work in overwhelmingly progressive DFL districts who are looking out for the best interests of their students. What's their political motivation, Representative Dabney? And I could add to that. The editorial boards of the Star Tribune, Pioneer Press, Mankato Free Press, Brainerd Dispatch, New Ulm Journal, Fergus Falls Daily Journal, Albert Lee Tribune, Rochester Bulletin, Duluth News Tribune, and multiple community groups throughout Minneapolis and St. Paul, including both the Minneapolis and St. Paul Foundation. What is their political motivation, Representative Dabney? The fact of the matter is that Governor Dayton, and it seems some members of the DFL caucus, stand out on an island isolated from the overwhelming majority of Minnesotans, including an overwhelming majority of their own constituents on this issue. And I ask, you may impugn my motives, but what are theirs? I would suggest to you that their motives are simply to look out for the best interests of the students and their own children in those schools. And that's what this really comes down to, members. This is in the best interest of those students, and an overwhelming number of Minnesotans agree. Vote green.
The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Petersen, I think one of the problems that I have right now is the fact that you stand on the House floor and you defend a bill when the fact is that we should be talking bipartisanly about the issue. And we have spoken bipartisanly about the issue. And the issue is the fact that we all agree that kids do come first. That is our primary responsibility as an educator in the classroom. But that this bill does not fit the way that this should work within our schools. It's not about attacking the issue. It's about the bill. And I stand here before you today having offered numerous times an opportunity to create some bipartisan resolution on this issue. And to say, I personally had a bill that I've asked numerous times to have a hearing on, and it never got a hearing. It ended the seniority mandate in this state, and said that as we move forward here, and as we end that, it is negotiated locally, and that we should watch as those school districts change the way in which they use seniority-based models within their school districts. It's a solution. It's an opportunity for local school districts to make that decision rather than a state-mandated approach that had flaws to it. And those flaws were articulated by others on this House floor tonight, so I won't rehash those. But the fact is that whoever sits in that corner office, yes, makes statements and has the ultimate authority to veto the bill that's coming forward. But it didn't mean that we couldn't have reached bipartisan support on the issue. And that is where numerous times there were amendments brought forward that included my language, as well as tried to incorporate much of your language, and they were shot down. And so, members, I think we have reached one agreement, and that is that we agree on the issue. And that's what's critical here tonight. That as we move forward, I hope that, yes, as 1870 gets vetoed, which it's surely going to, the governor has stated that we don't lose sight of truly what's valuable about what we do here, and that is that we can reach bipartisan agreement on an issue. And we're there. We're there. Now we just need to fine-tune it. And as we say around here, the devil's in the details. That's what we need to work out. And so, Representative Petersen, I continue to hold out my hand to say I will continue to reach across the aisle to you and work with you on a bill that can have bipartisan support and can hopefully reach out to the corner office and get a signature. But to send this over right now, I think, is very short-sighted in the sense of getting the veto, when in fact really where our focus should be is not to send it over there, but to continue to work, to grab that piece of paper and continue to work bipartisanly to figure out a way that, guess what, when the devil's in the details, we can agree that, guess what, we've squelched that, and now we're doing what's best for our kids. So that's my, olive branch to you to say that I'm there, I'm with you. And all of those organizations and groups that you cited that support the bill, I think more importantly, Representative Petersen, you should say support the issue. That's what we're here to do, and that's what I am willing to work with you on. Members, please vote red. We've got an opportunity here to create something that we can all agree on and create a green board.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, members, first of all, I want to begin by thanking the gentleman from Andover for all of his tireless work on this. I'm disappointed that he's going to be leaving us and going to the Senate. And as we know, when a member of the House goes to the Senate, the average intelligence of both bodies goes up. Ooh. Whoa. All right, I guess that one didn't work. But I do want to thank the gentleman for Andover for all his work on this. One of the things I'm most proud of this Republican majority is that our first-term members stepped up and took an immediate leadership role. And this is a substantive policy issue that Representative Petersen's done a great job on, and I just want to make sure he gets the accolades for all the work that he has done on this issue. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and members, I can't help but notice the parallels in this debate between LIFO and the alternative licensure debate of 2010. And it literally tracks the same progress where we see the advocacy groups that Representative Petersen outlined, a broad array of bipartisan organizations supporting the policy change, and yet there's just one organization that's opposed to it that seems to have a political veto on it, and it's the teachers union. Literally outside of the teachers union, no one thinks the current system is a good idea. And so I still hold out hope that Governor Dayton's going to sign this bill because, I mean, governors don't veto 89% issues. It's just not something they do. And so I take him at his word. I think he's a man who genuinely cares about kids and understands that an education is really the way to lift kids up to prosperity. And so it's so I really do hope that Governor Dayton takes a thoughtful look at this, that he listens as he always does before he takes immediate action on a bill, and that he decides to sign this bill, because we really we're tired of the excuse factories that are coming out of the defenders of the status quo. And members, whether the governor signs it or not, in the short term, it certainly would be a disappointment if he vetoed it. But I don't worry about the long-term prospects for this legislation, just like I didn't worry about alternative licensure getting signed, becoming law in 2010. The opponents of this bill are on the wrong side of history. And that's not an opinion, that's a fact. The fact of the matter is the world is moving at breakneck speed in the 21st century, and the defenders of the status quo every day are falling farther and farther behind. Madam Speaker, members, I would urge a green vote on the conference report on House File 1870.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Petersen, 15 minutes ago or so, used the word tragedy in his remarks in defending this bill, which frankly is not ready and is certain to be vetoed. But I think the real tragedy is that we're having to spend as much time as we are on the concepts in this bill, and the twisting and turning and negotiating and renegotiating that's having to go on to deal with the simple fact that we're losing qualified, dedicated classroom teachers in every public school district in Minnesota because of the real tragedy, which is you have chosen to not properly fund public education. You know, for some of us, those public schools and those wonderful public school teachers were our passport out of poverty. Literally. And to use politics, to use Education Minnesota, to use, quote unquote, the teachers union as an excuse really doesn't set very well with this member, Representative Petersen, and my good friend, Representative Garofalo. Fund the schools, seniority, the layoff process, local collective bargaining agreements, locally elected school boards working with administrators and bargaining units, problem solved. Continue the path you're on, starving public education, and the problem that you are inappropriately trying to correct here today will continue. This is a bad bill. It's worthy of a veto. Please vote no.
The member from the Mankato area, Representative Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Blue Earth County, thank you. A couple of points. A lot has been said over many months and maybe even longer about this issue. And I would just thumbnail the heart of the matter. Why are so many organizations supporting this, including the editorial my paper wrote, which I can speak to pretty directly, is the talking points around this are very simple. This is a simple issue for people to grasp. Seniority ought not to be the sole basis for determining employment decisions. But it's precisely the simplicity of the issue that is deceptive. And from my perspective, it's the heart of the matter. What is the role of a performance evaluation tool? The first and foremost role of a performance evaluation tool is not determining unrequested leave of absence. It's staff development. It's building the professional quality of our teaching staff. And that is exactly where our attention ought to be as a legislature, an educational community, and a state. And that is what we're engaged in. We barely nudged into in terms of the task force that this legislature put in place last summer, or last September, last fall. We'll move forward to create a tool. And once that tool is created, we can begin to ask about its proper application as a tool to determine unrequested leave of absence. But that's a secondary use of the tool. And I'm really tired of reading that the only people against this bill is the teachers union, because that's not true. But nobody wants to talk to assessment coordinators, obviously. I talk to assessment people pretty regularly, and they have said a number of times and a number of occasions that once the tool is developed, we'll need 3 years worth of data to determine whether the tool has the capacity to bear the weight of an employment decision. So this application to unrequested leave is definitely premature from a research and statistical point of view. The talking point is, I think, a given. It's a common, we say seniority is not the sole basis. But that's not where this bill is at. This bill is a premature application of an evaluation system that has yet to be created.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Representative Garofalo can testify, I was one of the Democrats who voted for the alternative teachers certification bill and was happy to do so because it was necessary. My problem with this bill is that all three of the school districts I represent have long ago already negotiated a teacher evaluation system similar to the one that's being proposed by Representative Petersen. They would not be pleased now to be told by the state they have to go back and renegotiate. And everyone should remember that 40% of the school districts in the state of Minnesota have already on their own negotiated new teacher evaluation programs. And that's 40%. The Kath amendment that was mentioned briefly here before, which I also supported, simply said, basically, that school districts should, by a date certain, negotiate at the local level a new teacher evaluation system that does not base it on seniority alone, but many of the other factors that are listed in the Petersen bill. My problem is, and it has always been here in the legislature, that this body and the Senate and the governors tend to believe that they ought to tell local districts what to do. My 3 school districts have already dealt with this issue several years ago. They did it through the negotiation process. It was okayed by the school board, which represents the parents, and it was okayed and ratified by the teachers' organizations in the 3 districts I represent. And I might say, just for the record, the 3 districts I represent are some of the top performing school districts in the state of Minnesota. And they have an excellent working relationship with their teachers' organization. And I might add, the teachers' organizations I represent do not get along always with the state organization, nor do I. And so, as I told the author of this bill that we're now discussing in the retiring room, that if he would introduce a bill similar to the CAF bill, which basically directs local school districts to negotiate a re-evaluation process, I would support it. I really do believe in local control. I'm really tired of the state legislature constantly telling school districts and local communities what they ought to do. This problem can be solved. It has been solved already by 40% of the school districts in the state. We do not need another directive from the state. So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry I have to say, as several others here have had to say, I really can't vote for this bill. It is premature, and again, it's state direction. Dealing with an issue that could be simply solved by simply telling the school districts, sit down with your teachers and negotiate an alternative evaluation system, as my 3 districts have done several years ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise to ask you to vote red on this bill as well. There's an issue that hasn't been talked about yet. And I know that Representative Petersen and Representative Kath and we all in here are trying to put forth, the best, most qualified educators in front of our children so that they receive the best quality education that they have. But one issue that hasn't been addressed is an issue that takes our senior members of our education profession and allows them to work with our younger members in our education system, and that's called mentoring. And Representative Petersen, I want you to know that I've gotten several emails from senior educators, from experienced educators, from those educators like myself after 34 years that really enjoyed working with our young, inexperienced, but valuable and important and bright and energetic and enthusiastic educators with those many new ideas. And Representative Petersen, that email said, Representative Ward, you are creating, this bill creates more members, more of a competitive system than a supportive system. Because now members, as a senior mentor, I'm out to compete with those younger educators coming into that classroom, and thereby, maybe I don't want to so much support their profession, the advancement of their profession. And so, members, when I first started education in my first year in 1973, I was blessed with many senior mentors that really inspired, motivated, and changed my teaching career. And I'm really concerned that if we don't do this correctly, members, that we are going to, and there's many educational members in this body on both sides. I look at Representative Urdahl, I look at former Representative Wardlow, I look at Representative Erickson, Representative Manzelk, I look at all of us former educators, and you truly understand how important it is to have a senior mentor guiding your teaching ideologies and practices. And I'm really concerned that we're going to lose that. We're going to make a more competitive arena in our educational process. Not any different than what they do in the medical profession, is after the medical student spends years and years and years of academia, he or she then spends a year of mentorship with an experienced senior doctor to become a better qualified physician, to take care of the practice of medicine. So members, I ask you to really think about that. Really think about creating a competitive system, which I think this bill would do, rather than a supportive system, thereby, again, making our educators the best qualified and brightest educators by the connection with senior mentors in that field. Members, please vote red on this bill.
Any further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Slocum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a classroom teacher. I'm a card-carrying member of Education Minnesota, and I'm a proud union member. I see this bill as not about strategic reform. I see this as one more bill that's anti-collective bargaining, anti-local control. We're superimposing stuff before we even have an evaluation system. I urge you, vote no.
Any further discussion? The member from St. Louis, Representative Gaudier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is just one more bill in an attack on working families in this state. We continue to assault labor unions and collective bargaining, and we continue to attack the people that we trust to take care of our children and to educate them. And Representative Anzels is right. Education was my way out. I was the first one to graduate from college in my family. My father struggled to feed his kids and his sister's kids, and he did it with a good union job at U.S. Steel in Duluth. And he was always proud of that. And so we come here, and then we say, we know better than the local school districts who bargain in good faith with the teachers union and come up with a contract that everybody can live with, and we know better. We have to assault people because of their seniority. Smacks a little bit of ageism to me. When are we going to start looking at the value of the person and what they contribute? I think Representative Ward was right. Mentorship is important. You know, and I look back at my life, and I can tell you every school teacher I ever had. And I can tell you the ones that I didn't think impacted my life very much, and those that impacted it greatly. And then when I really sit down and think of it, every one of those teachers gave me something. Whether it was challenging me in mathematics, which I hated, or whether it was sitting down and reading a great book and coming out understanding a little better about life, or the history of our country. Education has always been the way out of poverty and up the social ladder. But now we just want to take those people who have dedicated their lives to educating our children and say, you know what, you've been here too long and your seniority don't count, and we don't have to measure that anymore, and you're not up to the latest technique because you didn't just graduate, and so on and so forth. I can just hear all the arguments and causes. And this is really fundamentally a really simple thing. Your party wants to attack unions, and my party wants to defend unions and the right to collective bargain. But I'll save that argument a little later with Representative Biskins this evening.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the member rise?
I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
In Mason's
That's what I want.
Page 101, Section 124, personality is not permitted in debate. It is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member or members, and I felt arraigned, Madam Speaker.
Members, I'm not going to rule on the point of order, but I would like to remind members to
point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is the Speaker ever going to rule on this point of order? It never is ruled on, and I'm getting sick and tired of people standing up, and it's true on both sides of the aisle, and interrupting debate for castigating motives when all we're doing is actually debating a bill. And that's true on our side of the aisle, and it's true on your side of the aisle. This motion is used way too much
What we do on the House floor is when we're questioning the underlying thoughts underlying a bill, why someone's doing something, that's legitimate debate, members. And so let's cut this out and get back to allowing a free and full debate on the House floor.
Members, I'm just going to go back to what I previously was saying. We need to be mindful of each other and be respectful of each other. Realize that the hour is late, but let's just focus on the issue at hand, but appreciate the comments. Representative Gautier, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. It's just a fundamental difference we have. It's a policy issue. Representative Petersen, you said the governor was out on an island. Well, when you're drowning in the sea, an island looks pretty darn good. And the assault on education continues. And so I for one would be glad to be on that island with Governor Dayton and vetoing this bill. And he's vetoing it for a good reason.
Madam Speaker.
Here we go again.
For what purpose does the member rise?
A point of order.
State your point of order.
Section 752 of Masons, reference to the executive in debate. I let it go a long time, folks. My good friend Representative Mariani, Representative Ansels, and others referred to the executive. It says it is appropriate for a member to debate. It is inappropriate for a member in debate to use the name of the executive for the purpose of influencing votes of the members. If members could remember that, Madam Speaker, I'll withdraw my point of order, but we are not to refer to the executive.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would also like to use the executive's name in my debate, so if we could just call a truce, we can both do it and get on with it.
Representative Petersen, I agree with you.
Representative Gautier, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Petersen, I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my response. So let's get back to this bill. Let's get back to the assault on collective bargaining agreements and teachers. You know, what might be good for Andover and Ham Lake might not be good for Duluth or Ada or Twin Valley. And that's why we need to keep it under local control. And that's why we need to quit assaulting collective bargaining. Because they are the folks that know what's best for their district and their children. And I don't understand why we have to come here and act like we know everything and what's great for education, because we don't. And so I would just conclude with saying, you know where this bill is headed, and vote red.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, this is about our students. This is about our children. That's why we're moving away from the status quo. And I know how passionately the governor, our chief executive, feels about our students. He told me time and time again in conference committee during special session how important students are. And that's why he moved forward with teacher evaluation. It didn't have bipartisan support. Principal evaluation had some bipartisan support in committee, but it certainly didn't on the floor as part of the Omnibus bill. So now we're asking for bipartisan support on something that is vital to the crisis that we're facing, especially in Minneapolis-St. Paul. And I'll say especially in Minneapolis. We have children who are waiting for us to make a decision about the fact that they may not have an effective teacher in the classroom. They may not have an effective principal in their school. And these changes need to be made. This is for all of those kids who have been left behind, that we're ignoring a change. Just because the GOP wants to lead the change should not be a statement about we're not interested in the education of our children, because that's what we are. And I'm very passionate about the children of our state and the educational system. I wouldn't have spent all those years working on Kurt Doubt for one and Aaron for another they're my former students, and they show up here all the time. I'm proud of these students, and I made them work hard. But to the point, we need to make a change. We're one of 11 states that determines teacher seniority, and it's through the legislation. I'm not sure how far back it dates, but I know it is several years old. The state legislature made the decision that seniority would be the only basis for teacher layoff years and years ago. Now school boards and bargaining units are going to sit down and decide using 3 criteria, and only one of those is teacher effectiveness. The other is seniority, and the other is licensure. But they're going to do this together. So it is time for us to leave the status quo and move ahead so the children of these states who have been left behind can move ahead with the most effective teacher, with parents behind them because they know they have the most effective teacher in the classroom, and we have the best principals we can find. This should not be a war between teachers and administrators. We need all of them because they all will bring us to that point of raising achievement, improving learning, increasing learning, making the best teachers we can have possible, and having that parental support that we need. Members, now is the time. And I know the governor really wants to sign this bill because he cares about our children. He does. He wants every child to achieve. Members, let's vote green.
Any further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Erickson yield for a question?
She yields. Representative Petersen.
What's the effective date of this legislation that this would actually go into effect?
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Petersen, I know it's into the future. It's
2016, Representative Erickson.
Thank you. 2016, yes.
Right.
But Representative Petersen, as school districts, bargaining units, and school boards sit down to plan teacher effectiveness, to me it's very important that they know that this is something that they're going to be working with in the future. And so that's going to have a lot to do with how they design that effectiveness system. That's my perspective.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, 2016, let's get it done now for the kids. Members, we have time to get this actually done right, as Representative Kath and many others have pointed out. We're rushing this through right now. We should be getting it done right and coordinate it with the actual evaluation system that was actually a DFL bill that Representative Breinert brought forward that we passed last year. That was real reform that the Democrats brought forward, thanks to Representative Breinert, and got passed through this Republican legislature last year. And that is not going to, we don't know exactly how that's going to turn out. We don't know how that's going to coordinate with this, but at the end of the day, we're not getting this until 2016. So all your passion, Representative Erickson, sounds great, but it's kind of meaningless in the context of this bill. The fact is, this is just deja vu all over again, members. I just ask you to cast your mind back nearly a year ago to May of 2011. And we are coming to the end of session. And we had some big challenges in front of us. We had a big state budget deficit to balance. And how did we spend the last couple days of that session? We spent them debating a constitutional amendment, a very divisive constitutional amendment to define marriage. That's what this majority decided to spend their time on last year as the session went into its waning days. And we can look at how that turned out. How it turned out was the longest state shutdown in the history of this state. How it turned out was a budget that ultimately borrowed billions of dollars from our schools. You know, we were at 90-10 when we went into the session with that budget. You guys decided to borrow to a 60-40 split. We borrowed $650 million from the tobacco funds, one-time money. You know, and I'm starting to hear a lot of complaints over there again as the bonding bill is coming up about the dangers of issuing debt and taking out debt. And yet you took out debt. I'll remind you once again, and remind the people of Minnesota once again, huge amounts of debt for one-time expenditures. Putting it on our state's credit card is going to cost us $1.2 billion to pay off. Not perhaps, absolutely the most fiscally irresponsible budget that this state has ever seen. That's what happens when you spend your time not on the stuff we should be working on, which last year was the state budget, but on stuff that satisfies your base, that divides the state of Minnesota, a constitutional amendment to define marriage. So here we are again this year. The hours of the session are running out. You've set this arbitrary deadline of Monday, and so we're rushing toward that. We haven't passed a bonding bill. We haven't done any of the job stuff that we said that we were all agreed we were going to do at the beginning of session. We've done nothing in the way of jobs, of creating a single job for anybody in this state. We had huge complaints about property taxes on homeowners and farm and agricultural land all over the state happening. Many of you recognize that you made a big mistake last year when you eliminated the market value homestead credit. Representative Erickson, again, I thank you for your honesty in the St. Cloud paper when you said, I wish the Democrats would have just been there to tell us what that elimination of the market value homestead credit actually was going to do and raise property taxes all across the state. And you've done nothing to fix that this year. Nothing has happened yet this year, except you did pass one more constitutional amendment. So that's happened. Yesterday we spent several hours on this House floor debating a bill that's going to end Medicare in Minnesota as we know it if it were to become law, that's going to end many other health care programs in this state if it were to become law, a bill that's never going to become law. And tonight we're spending hours again on debate as we move to the close of this session on a bill that the governor has clearly said, and I apologize, well, he's not here, so we're lucky. Representative Davids is not here, that the governor has clearly said that he is not going to sign this year. And so we're spending this time to make a political point once again to your base, so good for you as this session winds down and we haven't gotten the work done that we should be getting done, which is property tax relief for homeowners, which is actually creating jobs in this state, and we don't see any sign that any of that is actually going to happen. So, members, I would urge you to vote no on this bill. It's not going to become effective until 2016. We have time to actually get this right, to build on the good democratic reforms that were passed last year. And to make sure that in order to make sure that we get it right, we should take the time to do that. So we should vote no on this bill, and then let's get off of this stuff. You know, I imagine in just a few more minutes, we're going to be spending another couple of hours of debate from some of your members that want to move the right to work amendment forward, another terribly divisive, anti-labor, anti-working person amendment. We're going to be spending a lot of time talking about that discussion because you guys don't want to focus on the things that really matter to Minnesotans. You want to focus on your ideological agenda that you think is going to somehow fire up your base to get you elected next year. And that's really, really unfortunate. It's a waste of the time in this legislature. It's a waste of the people's time. This is an issue that we should actually work on in a meaningful way going forward. But let's get back to the work that we can get accomplished this year, passing a good bonding bill, passing some real property tax relief for people and not corporations, and then move forward and adjourn. So, members, I urge you to vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Petersen yield to a question?
He yields.
Representative Petersen, do you support tying 35% of student growth to teacher evaluations?
Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support making sure that we have the best teachers in our classrooms, educating our teachers. I also support making sure we actually invest in our schools in a meaningful way so that we don't have to talk about your bill, which is all about laying off teachers. All your bill is about is setting up a system of how we lay off teachers. What we should be doing is getting in a situation where we don't have to lay off teachers because we're the 47th worst in the nation in terms of classroom size. That actually would get effective teachers in front of our kids so they could work one-on-one with our students. That's what my kids want. That's what I want as a parent. And yet you guys refuse to make the investments that we need to make in this state to make sure that that happens. And so that's what I actually support, investing in our schools, making sure we have the best teachers there, but actually making sure that they have the tools around them and the class sizes that will allow them to be as effective as possible.
The member from Anoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Petersen yield to a question?
He yields. Representative Petersen.
Representative Petersen, would the unrequested leave of absence process continue regardless of funding, considering the fact that a majority of school districts in Minnesota are facing declining enrollment?
Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I don't know specifically to answer the question. I imagine that there might be some truth to that, but your bill is about laying off teachers, and what we should be doing is actually investing in our schools in Minnesota to make sure that we actually have teachers that are effective, but they have all the tools to make sure that they can perform their job duties very well, and in fact have those one-on-one interactions with kids that actually make the difference in kids' lives. And here's the bottom line on this bill and the alternative licensure bill that you passed last year. You know, all this stuff sounds good, all this stuff is great, but you know how far it's going to move the dial? About that much. You should be spending your time on stuff that actually is going to make a difference for our kids and actually get us a globally competitive school system in this state, instead of spending your time on stuff that sounds good to your base, that is a part of a national agenda that is really good to move forward for your Republican Party, but actually is only going to move the dial just a small bit in this state and in terms of making sure the kids in this state have the greatest education that they can.
The member for Minoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Petersen yield to a question?
He yields. Representative Petersen.
Representative Petersen, I believe you started the last answer with I don't know, and you're right, you don't know. Declining enrollment will be a significant factor in layoffs regardless of the funding level, so your argument doesn't address the real issue at hand and shows a fundamental misunderstanding of House File 1870. You refused to answer the first question, but you did mention moving the dial in the right direction. I think that's an important question when we're talking about education reform. Representative Petersen, what's the four-year African-American graduation rate in Minneapolis, a part of the district that you serve?
Member from Hennepin, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly not good enough, and we need to do better on that. But one way that we actually do better on that is not your bill, and I don't know why you think that your bill would actually improve that. It's not going to move the dial. What we actually have to do is make sure we're investing in our communities, not only in our schools and making sure we have classroom teachers that are there in our schools to educate those kids in a meaningful way and that have classrooms and supplies and the tools and all those other things that make a classroom as strong as possible and a teacher as effective as possible. But we also need to invest in our communities. We need to invest in jobs, which you guys have refused to do over and over and over again throughout this session. We need to invest in middle-class families having money in their pockets instead of squeezing them as you continue to want to do. We need to keep property taxes down on those families so that they can actually make sure that their kids have the things that they need. We need to keep college tuitions down instead of cutting education making the biggest historic cut in the state's history to higher education, so those kids actually can look ahead and say, I actually have a chance to get to college because there's a state aid program and there's affordable tuition for me to actually get myself ahead. We need to make sure that we invest in our transportation and transit systems so people can actually get to work in the places where those jobs are. There's not a lot of jobs in those communities sometimes. If they could have good transit that would actually let them get to the suburbs where some of the greater jobs are growing, we could actually make a huge difference. But you guys refuse to invest in things like the Southwest Rail, as an example, and like other transit things and transportation things that would allow people to get to work again. We need to do all those. We need to invest in health care so that these kids actually have a chance to succeed, because if you're unhealthy, it doesn't just affect your ability to, it doesn't just affect that, it very much affects that child's ability to succeed in school. If you're sick, if you can't get to school because you're sick and you miss too many days, that's a huge problem. We need to invest in housing in this state, because unstable housing is probably the biggest factor in educational underachievement, because as kids are moving from school to school to school to school, that's a huge problem and really undermines their ability to have an effective education. We need to invest in all of these things to support these kids to make sure that we can close that achievement gap. We need to invest in early childhood education and early intervention, things, again, that your side of the aisle has ignored and refused to invest in. Home visiting programs that actually get these families and the young parents that have these kids off to a great start so they're prepared when they get to school. And in other early childhood education programs, which, again, you seem to not want to invest in and want to ignore. These are the big issues that we should be tackling instead of your little reform that may move the dial one way or another a little bit, but isn't actually going to solve the problem. So that would be my answer to you, Representative Petersen, that we should spend our time actually doing the things and investing in our communities in a way that will move a whole population forward and make Minnesota once again the envy of the country, instead of what you're talking about, which is making Minnesota like everybody everywhere else.
The member from Minoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Petersen, I understand that you don't know the answer to that question. And maybe if you spent more time looking at the desperate education situation in Minneapolis, a district that you represent. By the way, it's 38%, just in case you want to write that down for the future. If you spent more time understanding the desperate situation of the citizens of your district and not asking gotcha questions on the floor of members of our caucus, you might understand that. Representative Petersen, one last question. You mentioned my overtures to the GOP base. How many members of the GOP base do you think make up the membership of Put Kids First Minneapolis?
He yields. Representative Petersen.
If the representative would yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Petersen, again, I don't know the specific answer. I just was at someone's house just the other night sitting with Linnell around a fire, and we were talking about these issues, in fact, and I think that there are places that we need to work together, but that's really not the point. Again, what this legislation does is maybe move things a tiny bit. But to your point, to address the issues in my school district, but it's not just the school district I represent, and the school district, quite honestly, where my kids go to school, but in Richfield, another place that I represent, and I imagine in your district as well, and in districts all across the state. Representative Erickson's district, I know, has these problems as well. And so what we need to do is actually make sure that we're working bipartisanly, not making this a partisan issue, which is, I think, what this really is all about, but investing in our communities and all those things that I talked about, and making sure we have effective teachers in front of our classrooms, but making sure, again, they have the tools to be the most effective teachers that they possibly can. And that requires investment of resources, and investment of resources from the state. So instead of driving property taxes off, and you remember we had the most levies in the state of Minnesota in a long, long time last year, property tax levies, because this legislature, either with this current majority, and Governor Plenty before you, refused to invest in education in Minnesota at the state level, and so you're driving up property taxes once again all across the state. But all those other things, whether it's investment in transportation, investment in health care, investment in early childhood education, making sure that there's hope on the other end of the thing by keeping tuitions down and making college access a priority in this state instead of what you've done. Those are the things, again, that we can do actually to move the dial on education and move the dial on student achievement and move the dial on making sure our communities can succeed, and above all, making sure that we have jobs in these communities. Things, again, that you've not been willing to do, not been interested in. The bonding bill that we could pass actually could make a big difference in that direction. But again, you refuse to kind of do that kind of investment through the bonding bill because you think it's a waste of money somehow. So, Representative Petersen, the answer to your question is, I spoke to Linnell just the other night about this very issue, and we had a productive conversation. We can continue that. But the fact of the matter is that your legislation, it doesn't take effect until 2016. It doesn't work for a myriad of reasons, and we could make a better piece of legislation that would actually maybe have an effect of moving the dial forward in a meaningful way and build upon the good democratic reform legislation that was passed last year in terms of teacher evaluation.
Member for Minoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Petersen, you're 0 for 5. And there are 0 members of Put Kids First Minneapolis in my district. And it's troublesome because you literally have a fundamental misunderstanding of the bill. You couldn't answer a single question, yet you argue so ferociously that all members should vote no. To me, that demonstrates a lot of, I guess, hubris and inability to work in a collaborative nature. So much of what we've heard from your rostrum on the other side of the aisle. There are many things that many members on the DFL side said, and since we didn't have a whole lot of members on our side speak, I'm going to address each one of them because every one of them is incorrect. And Representative Kath, you started out by saying that you wish that we worked in a more collaborative nature, that you wish we had found a bipartisan agreement, and you stated my arm is reaching out and waiting for a bipartisan solution in this chamber. And Representative Kath, the sad truth is that I could grab your arm and we could walk down to the corner office, a floor down, and we would have the door slammed in our face. The governor did not have any interest in a bipartisan solution. The governor preempted the work of the bipartisan conference committee by declaring a veto before the end of its work. How do you reach a bipartisan agreement when the governor declares a veto before the conference committee is finished? It's impossible. Representative Anzels, You pointed out funding, and indeed, that is
Madam
one
Speaker,
cause of
Madam
the
Speaker.
unrequested leave process.
Just a moment, please. For
Madam
what
Speaker,
purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
State your point of order.
752, referring to the executive, that's out of order. I'll withdraw my point of order.
Representative Petersen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Davids. Representative Anzels, you pointed out funding, and that is indeed one of the causes of the unrequested leave process. But if you read the bill, you'd also realize that declining enrollment is also a factor. And a majority of school districts in the state of Minnesota are facing declining enrollment. So if you want to ensure that the most highly effective teachers in declining enrollment districts are retained for the benefit of students, you would support House File 1870. Representative Breinert, you'd mentioned this bill is premature and that it preempts the work of the working group. As you know, and you understand the bill, I know if any member in this body has read this bill multiple times, it's you. You understand that this bill takes effect after the conclusion of the work of the working group. And I would contend to you that it makes absolutely no sense to develop a tool with an understanding of law that isn't going to be in place when the tool is implemented. If you were going to develop a tool, you would do it with the understanding of how that tool is going to be used. It makes absolutely no sense to do it after the creation of the tool. And you said that people support it because it's simple. And their simple minds can understand it. Representative Breinert, respectfully, I disagree. I think the people of Minnesota have the ability to understand these things, and all of these very reputable organizations, I'm sure, read the bill line by line before placing their endorsement on the bill. I assure you of that. Representative Benson, you mentioned the CAF bill. Once again, the governor never had an intention of working collaboratively, announced a veto prior to conference committee conclusion. You mentioned local control. Well, what's that debate? What we're debating here today, members, is a top-down solution, a seniority mandate in state statute. If you believe in local control, you would vote for House File 1870, which allows for a locally negotiated teacher evaluation process and allow for a locally negotiated ULA process. Both of those things are possible in current law. You have a mandate from the top down, and you pointed out 40% of districts have negotiated an alternative. Well, Representative Benson, you know as well as anyone that none of them, upon questioning of Education Minnesota in conference committee, upon questioning of multiple members both on the floor and in committee, could demonstrate one example where student achievement was actually used in that process, and that is the problem. Representative Ward, you had mentioned collaboration with younger teachers, that these mentors won't want to help younger teachers because they're afraid that they are in competition with the teachers. At some point, we've got to recognize teachers for the professionals that they are. And what you're insinuating in a backwards kind of way is that teachers will act in their own interest against the interests of their fellow teachers if that's what's necessary. And fundamentally, members, I don't believe that's going to happen. I've got more faith in humans. I've got more faith in the teaching professionals in this state. Representative Slocum, again, you mentioned anti-local control. The only anti-local control provision is in current law. If you believed in local control, you'd support House File 1870. And Representative Gauthier, you said this was anti-worker and anti-teacher. Representative Gauthier, if you understood the current dynamics with ULA and seniority-based ULA, you would know that more teachers lose their job under a seniority mandate than otherwise, than a merit-based system. More teachers, that means less union jobs. So members, I urge a green vote for this bill because it's in the best interest of students, but it's also in the best interest of teachers. There will be more teaching jobs in the state of Minnesota as a result of House File 1870 than as a result of the status quo. And members, I suspect there's going to be a number of you who put up no votes on the board, and I regretfully acknowledge that the governor may veto this bill. I ask him to reconsider because it's in the best interest of kids throughout the state. But members, I do take comfort in knowing this. is that this change is coming to Minnesota. And it's coming to every state across the country. The education reform movement is coming, and there's nothing that you can do to stop it. You're standing against an overwhelming tide of change, and all you're doing is placing your fingers into the dam. But it will crack in another place, and it will come through because the taxpayers are demanding accountability for the largest investment in this country. And they're demanding accountability for their kids. And the kids in inner city, and the parents in inner city communities are demanding accountability as well. And saying no longer can you shroud the faces and names of the students who are being failed by the current institution. Members, if you'd like to see this change in just a small way, vote green.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title is agreed to. If there's no objection, we're going to revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Kiffmeyer motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2555, an act relating to state government. Kiffmeyer moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2555, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House, and that the House requests that a like committee be appointed by the Senate.
I recognize the author, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Senate made a few changes. We just need to go to conference committee. I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of refusing to concur, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill. Oh, no, it will not. That's it. Here we go.
Message from the Senate. This is the Urdahl motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 2493, an act relating to natural resources. The Conference Committee reports addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate, the Honorable Kurt Zeller, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 2493, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all 3 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 3 conferees on the part of the House. Urdahl moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 2493 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
I recognize the author, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. I got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the legacy bill. So hopefully we can do a little bit shorter time than we did a year ago. This is a good bill. It actually has jobs in it. Frankly, I wish that we'd been able to keep it exactly as it was when it left the House before, but we couldn't do that, and there are some changes. We have a couple of notable provisions in here regarding Northwoods and aquatic invasive species, which I will be referring to. I'd like to thank some people for their work on this bill, the staff, both partisan and nonpartisan, conferees, Representative McNamara, Representative Torkelson, Representative Lilly for their good work on this, for a member of the Legacy Funding Division, Mary Murphy, for her insights from the past and present, particularly in the area of the parks, and a couple of non-members of the committee, Representative Wagenius and Representative Hansen, for their suggestions in this bill. I'd like to review for you some of the changes that were made in conference committee after the bill left the House. Under the outdoor heritage provision, we accepted the Senate position on the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society project. The House had a slightly lower amount and additional language on plan development. There was an increase of $4 million for Mississippi Northwoods project. We went up 4, they went down 3. We also directed funds left over from the acquisition go to aquatic invasive species barriers. Also, under this section, the amount, which is, I believe, $11 million, really is still subject to the appraisal. The cost of Northwoods will be the appraised amount, and we don't have the final appraisal yet. There is a new $1 million appropriation for LaSalle Lake, formerly funded with Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, which is reappropriated to AIS research. There's new language on the Knife River project allowing excavation. There's acceptance of the Senate language on the barriers with the House amount at $7.5 million and design, construct, operate, and evaluate language from the House. We had to drop $2.2 million for AIS research that was brought out of the outdoor heritage provision. We dropped $300,000 for aquatic habitat restoration grants out of outdoor heritage. There's a technical evaluation panel of the Senate amount. We dropped the grazing pasture land language. We dropped language that would have changed the written contract with the Conservation Corps of Minnesota to consideration. Under the clean water provision, we have reduction in AIS research amount to 1.9. We had 2.2 million in acceptance of Senate language. Under parks and trails, the acceptance of removal of grant limits and matching requirements for parks and trails grants from the Senate, with additional requirement that additional consideration be given to applicants providing a cash match. Let me anticipate some questions on that. On the parks and trails, there is no change in money. There is no change in the percent. There will be no cap or match for Greater Minnesota Parks unless they are offered. And I will mention here again that in December, as we set up last year, there is a new plan that will be presented, developed by our park groups and stakeholders, and so what we're doing today could very well be changed after the next session meets. Also, under the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, we have acceptance of Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund reappropriation of $1 million from the DNR. This is AIS work, originally proposed by the Senate, and an additional $1 million from the LaSalle Lake project, not in either bill, for AIS research at the university. Under arts and oversight pieces, we have more detail provided on the recipients of the Arts Culture History Fund appropriation for public broadcasting, and personal information on funding receipts who are minors will not be posted on the LLC's legacy reporting website. Those are the changes, major changes from the bill as it left the House floor. Once again, I believe that we have a good bill. We have made some great advances in aquatic invasive species research and in funding, and I think that's one of our major provisions in addition to the Northwoods project. With that, I stand for questions.
Is there any discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Urdahl yield to a question?
He yields. Representative Winkler.
Representative Urdahl, just to really clarify here, if this bill passes and becomes law, will there be any match required, any local match required for Greater Minnesota regional parks?
The member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Madam Speaker, Representative Winkler, no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Urdahl, would you yield to a question?
He yields. Representative Winkler.
Representative Urdahl, last summer when we passed the legacy bill after the shutdown, there was a compromise on Greater Minnesota regional parks versus metro area regional parks, and the compromise essentially boiled down to not putting percentages of the fund in statute, but instead just appropriating the money according to kind of a compromise percentage. And one of the parts of the compromise, as I remember, was that there was a local match required for Greater Minnesota regional parks, and there was a cap on the amount of individual projects for Greater Minnesota regional parks. And I'm wondering how this bill is consistent with the compromise that was reached last summer on that issue.
The member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Winkler. The compromise was of course, was in the last bill. This is another bill, another consideration, and of course there can be grants. We did, I think it's, matches. We did make a point of having the provision for matches included in this bill for further discussion. If a match is offered, that must be placed under consideration. So we had a compromise last time for that bill. There's another compromise for this bill. And again, part of our compromise was that in December of the next December, there will be a report due that is being worked on and has been worked on by the groups that are concerned with parks, and I'm expecting recommendations coming from them that certainly this legislature will very seriously consider.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Urdahl, there does continue to be a compromise in the last bill, and that bill was a compromise over the previous year's legacy bill, and this year is another new compromise. And in every single compromise that is made, metro regional parks lose more ground. Every single time. The compromise is always in one direction. Baby steps towards more and more and more legacy funds being spent exclusively in Greater Minnesota. And members, the reason why I want to talk about this on adoption of the conference report is because when this bill left the House with very strong bipartisan non-regional based support, there was no language in this bill that permitted Greater Minnesota regional parks to not have a match. They were still required to have a match like we had in the last bill, and there was a cap on the amount of funds that they could use for individual projects. Keep in mind that for metro regional parks, in order to do new park acquisitions, they have to have a 25% local match. Now there's no such requirement for Greater Minnesota regional parks. Keep in mind that there is one state park in the metro area, and all the rest of the state parks are in Greater Minnesota. The reason the metro regional parks were created in the first place was because there was only one state park in the metro area. So what we're talking about here is a continued stepping away from the concept that the metro region should have some share of the park. And when this bill passed out of this body, it kept that last compromise intact. Now that it comes back from being in conference, it is yet again a step away from fairness for the metro region. And that's why I'm talking about this on adoption of the conference report. It's one of the significant changes in this bill that I think should cause members from the metro area on both sides of the aisle to vote against it. Because you are going to lose 1 inch at a time until there is virtually nothing left in the metro area from the legacy amendment. And here's some basic facts. And, I don't want to go over the top here, but 54% of the state's population is in the metro area. 64% of the sales tax that is collected for the legacy amendment is collected in the metro area. And yet, when you total all the legacy funds together, 80% of that money is spent in greater Minnesota. One of the few funds that we can even get close to parity on is parks. And yet, when we started with distributing this money, it was 50% for metro regional parks, 25%, I think these were the numbers roughly, for greater Minnesota regional parks, and 25% for state parks. So that meant that roughly half and half of the money was spent in the metro area and half was spent in greater Minnesota in the parks fund. After the compromise from last summer, it didn't quite get there, but the ultimate goal of greater Minnesota regional parks is to get to 1/3 metro regional parks, 1/3 greater Minnesota regional parks, and 1/3 state parks. So that means that in the end, 2/3 of the money would be spent in greater Minnesota, despite the fact that 2/3 of the money is raised in the metro area, and already 80% in total is spent in greater Minnesota. Now, I'm a Democrat, so I think it's okay that we raise money from some people and other people benefit from that a little bit, but there has to be some principle of equity involved. There has to be some concept that the people who are paying the bills actually get some of the benefit. And obviously there are a lot of hunters and fishermen and anglers, I guess is the correct word, in the metro area who enjoy greater Minnesota. There are a lot of people in the metro area who like going to state parks in greater Minnesota. That's all true, and I can understand why a disproportionate amount of the legacy money for the outdoors is spent in greater Minnesota. That's a playground for a lot of metro area people. That makes some sense. But this is over the top, and it's overboard, and it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse if we don't stop it by voting no on this. When we had the legacy bill come out of committee, I told Representative Urdahl that I wanted to vote for the bill. But one of the things that would prevent me absolutely from voting for the bill is giving another inch of ground to the greater Minnesota regional parks, because they will not stop until they get 67% of the money, despite the fact that 60% of it, or 64% of it, is raised in the metro area. And finally, members, and this is not always a fair comparison, but 90% of the metro area regional park funds are raised by property taxes that we pay in the metro area. And I will grant you that the metro region generally is far more property tax wealthy than the rest of Minnesota is. But still, 90% of the money is coming from our property taxes to pay for these parks. And yet that still is not enough when we pass the legacy bill. They have to get more and more and more. So members, I would strongly urge anybody in the metro area who wants access to these parks to vote no on the adoption of the conference report, and if it's adopted, I would strongly urge a no vote, because in the end, your constituents will continue to pay and get less and less of the benefit of the legacy amendment.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Meeker, Chair Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments and the passion on this issue from Representative Winkler. But, once again, let us not lose sight of the fact that in this bill, the amount of money for any of the divisions of parks does not change. The percentages do not change. We talked about compromise. Well, part of the compromise, of course, is also with the Senate in conference committee. And one of the things that we're managing to do through some compromises was to get more AIS money for research when we were losing it in other places. And it's no guarantee that things are going to get worse for Metro Parks next year. Seriously, we have a plan coming. It's being negotiated, worked on. It will be throughout this summer. And that plan, I believe, is going to be adhered to quite closely by the next legislature. At least I hope that it is. And I don't anticipate any great shift from one side to the other in this issue. We're trying to be fair. Again, there's no changes in money, no changes in percentage. We're just looking at doing something a little bit differently for this year.
Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Urdahl yield for a series of questions?
He will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, I was looking at the enhanced grasslands provision, and I caught when you were going through the run-through of the changes something briefly about a change in that area that's dealing with the money appropriated to the Prairie Chicken Society. We had changed the language a little bit here, and I was hoping you could just further explain that to me, because it was either talked about very briefly or I didn't catch it. So if you could just refresh that portion for the body, I appreciate it.
The member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Falk. We accepted the Senate position on the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society project. We had a slightly lower amount and additional language on plan development, project selection, and clarifying language that money could not be used for acquisition. And the Senate had a different opinion.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, okay, it brings back a little bit. I know that we had actually put in place I think it was kind of a merit-based system, that you could only appropriate money to projects that actually led to an increase in the number of prairie chickens and had a measurable, meaningful result. And I think that language disappeared. And so, being I wasn't on the conference committee, if you could just explain to me why we would want to get rid of the part of the language that allows us to actually measure and track the outcomes of the expenditure.
Representative Falk asks Representative Urdahl to yield. Do you yield, Representative Urdahl? He does. Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Falk, I agreed with your position, tried to defend your position. The Senate had a different opinion. They felt it was too restrictive, and they would not take our position.
Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, so are you telling me you were out-negotiated by 3 senators in their powdered wigs and their robes?
Are you asking the member from Meeker to yield?
Yes.
He yields. Representative Urdahl.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk, you know, sometimes when you want to get something over here, you give up a little bit over here, and to say I was out-negotiated might be stretching it a little bit, but on this particular area, they prevailed.
Representative Falk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Urdahl. I can understand maybe the frustration. Senators, they typically don't move as quickly, but I guess they maybe got the better of the House on this position. I guess I do have some concerns, too, that the language that prohibited further acquisition under this position disappeared. If we actually do want to make this a meaningful program, we should focus on results and actually increasing the number of prairie chickens. And if you would yield to another question, Mr.
He will
Speaker.
yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, what is this grant supposed to accomplish, being that we no longer have measurable outcome language? The prohibition on purchasing new lands has been removed. So we didn't have the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society testify before the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee, if my memory serves it correctly. So what are they planning on using this money actually for? Is it just a little slush fund that they can go out and spend money however they see fit without any meaningful, targetable, measurable outcomes?
The member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Falk, the discussion dealt with measurable outcomes and the best way to do it, and kind of came down to, what do we want more, at this point, flying carp or prairie chickens?
Representative Falk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, that's the part I don't understand. I mean, I don't have a problem with the fact that the appropriation level changed, but the policy language, it actually said that you had to do something meaningful with the money and not just go and spend it however you saw fit, but actually do something that would be meaningful to the state as far as increasing the number of prairie chickens. That's gone. So this is just an appropriation that allows this organization to do whatever they see fit with it. And so sure, fine, negotiate down the number, but at least hang on to the policy language. That doesn't cost anything. And so I don't understand. I have not seen a member from this organization testify before a committee. Now, it may have happened in a legacy committee, which I don't serve on, but nobody has ever said how they plan to spend this money. And so what is it? Is it just $1.3 million that we're not going to really understand how it's being spent? We're supposed to just vote for it and hope it's spent wisely, not spent on meetings and lunches and everything else?
Member for Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Falk. And that's a great series of questions. And unfortunately, the amendment that you put in this bill, I don't think was a bill. If it was, I don't know that it was vetted in the legislative committee process. And I think that a lot of those questions should be addressed and could be answered there. And next year, I think you should bring it out as a bill.
Member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, I've never had the pleasure or privilege to testify or bring a bill before your committee, so if I get a chance to maybe have a bill heard before your committee next year, if that's still the case, then I could do that. But I mean, I have never heard of this organization before. I looked up and they do have a website, and I think they probably do some pretty good work, but I don't know how they plan to spend this $1.3 million. And the fact that we got rid of any language that put measurable and meaningful outcomes around it, and actually we could go and measure it and see how it was being spent, I don't understand why we wouldn't leave that there. And the fact is that, sure, negotiate the number down, that's fine. But that was good policy language. I mean, I think we should be putting that type of language on just about everything we do here, because we should be able to measure the outcomes and we should be able to see that it's actually being spent appropriately.
Member for Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Falk, the accomplishment plan is on page 18 of the bill, and you are, if I have the fortune to be a committee chair of the Legacy Division next year, you are welcome to bring forth a bill. I turned down no bills before my committee, Republican or Democrat. I would certainly hear your bill.
The member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that pursuant to House Rule 1.50, we waive that deadline and be allowed to meet after midnight tonight.
Pursuant to Rule 1.50, Representative Hoppe moves the House be able to meet past midnight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion prevails. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler. Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, you are seeking recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a roll call on adoption of the conference report.
Representative Winkler requests a roll call on the adoption of the report. Seeing 15 hands, there are 15 hands. Representative Winkler. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Urdahl yield for a couple questions?
He will. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, and I'm asking on the adoption here, not on passage, but going back to the changes that were done during the conference committee process, and if you've already gone over these, I was out of the room for a little bit. I'm trying to figure out what's happened with the money that was talked about being appropriated from both the clean water account and the outdoor heritage account, and then being taken for the University of Minnesota Research Center, the science-based analysis. I'm trying to, I see there's different pieces of language in the bill, with no money coming from outdoor heritage, and then money coming from the lottery, and then a reference to other dollars going to that. I see the LaSalle Lake, and I'm trying to make sense of what's happened there. So the first question I have, has this ever occurred before, where we're mixing these legacy funds with the lottery funds in an appropriation that's already been voted on and signed into law?
Member for Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, I can't cite specific examples on that. I believe that we have done some reconfiguration in the past, but I can't say for sure. In terms of this particular instance, after I make one brief comment here, we'll let Representative Torkelson explain. He was more involved in that particular aspect. I will say that we left the floor with $2.2 million for AIS coming out of the Outdoor Heritage Fund. We later ran into some difficulties, not only with the Senate, but also with the DNR on this particular topic. And basically we lost the Outdoor Heritage $2.2 million because of that. And with that, if you would ask the question of Representative Torkelson, he would answer.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Torkelson would yield to provide insight on the question.
He will. The member from Wanawon,
Thank you.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Hansen. When the legacy bill left the House floor, we had $4.4 million set aside for aquatic invasive research projects, probably set up at the University of Minnesota. And when we got to conference committee, the Senate had a much lower number available for research. We negotiated with them to try and figure out a way to properly fund what we think is a very important effort here in the state of Minnesota, and that is the research effort surrounding aquatic invasive species. And so as we negotiated through that process, we found that there was a potential to use LCCMI dollars combined with the Clean Water Fund dollars that were recommended by the Clean Water Fund to fund this research, and this is the best way we could find to fund this very important effort here in the state of Minnesota to do more research in the area of aquatic invasive species.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there wasn't any additional money on the bottom line from the lottery or LCCMR. There wasn't any fund that had been accrued because we appropriated all the money last year. So we had to go, I'm using we here as the legislature, the decision we will be making here when we vote on this, that there was an appropriation for LaSalle Lake, an acquisition for LaSalle Lake. Mr. Speaker, Representative Torkelson, had that acquisition been co-funded in the past between the lottery and outdoor heritage funds?
Representative Torkelson will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Hansen, yes, it's my understanding that LaSarge Sands money had been used in the LaSalle Lake project. And as you know, it's been traditional for LCCMR funds to be used for research projects. So it seemed appropriate that we use this LCCMR money to really get this research fund close to what we left the House floor with.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, was that LaSalle Lake project, I'm trying to remember back to last year, was that the one where there was like a resort that we bought out, or now that there is a campground, or that appropriation in addition to buying land around a lake, that there was a campground or some other facility? I'm just trying to remember that and what was involved with that. Maybe Representative Purcell remembers that. There was a campground or something on that Lake LaSalle thing. I'm just trying, because I'm wondering here if we're buying real property that is in addition to land, and we're mingling funds, or mixing funds, maybe not mingling funds, but I'm trying to look at the impact on that campground that we bought, or I think it was a campground. Can you help me remember that?
He will yield. The member from Wanawon, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Hansen, I don't have the details of that in front of me, but I do believe the LaSalle Lake project, where we purchased the second deepest lake in the state of Minnesota and the area surrounding it, did include a resort that was on the lake at the time. It was part of a package deal. I believe the DNR is making a study as we speak as to what to do with that facility, whether to utilize it in some way, perhaps rent it out to a private party. I don't know that they've made a decision on that, but as I stated earlier, I believe, to my recollection anyway, that both LCCMR and Lessard Sam's funds were used for the LaSalle Lake project last year.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Purcell yield to question?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Purcell, do you remember that? Was there a campground there, a family-owned campground that then was sold to the DNR as part of the acquisition and is now part of the DNR recreational unit?
The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Hansen. Yes, that's my recollection, and I believe that there was an interest in trying to make some kind of an association with Itasca Park with this particular LaSalle Lake properties.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then thank you, Representative Purcell and Representative Torkelson. Representative Urdahl, on this appropriation that is coming out of the lottery and then going into outdoor heritage, because outdoor heritage didn't want to spend it on research, didn't want to do the science, instead wanted to do this, apparently this shell game of moving money around, a shell game of moving between the lottery and the outdoor heritage funds. And I think there's another fund involved too. Isn't the Game and Fish Fund involved in this shell game, where we have to anticipate revenue coming into the lottery to backfill the lottery dollars as well? Is that correct? Is there another fund that's involved in this too?
Member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, your analysis, I believe, is correct.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the vote we have in front of us is on adoption of the committee report, and it's an important one. It's not on passage, and this question of mingling these dollars, allocating dollars, this is supposed to be the legacy bill. And here we are dealing, and I may want to do research out of outdoor heritage. I may want to do research out of clean water, but to take and move this money around in a shell game of game and fish dollars, which a fund that's going to potentially go into the red, lottery dollars, and outdoor or clean water dollars. I mean, I think it's pretty hard for the voters who voted on this, which, you know, when I knocked on doors and campaigned on it, it seems a little bit odd here of moving this money around to make this happen. I understand trying to make sure we get the dollars there, but out of $100 million in this year's annual appropriation of the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we've got 7 going to a barrier, but 0 going to research.
Member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Hansen. You know, certainly I would have preferred the House approach as it left this body. That's the way I wanted to do it. That's the way our committee wanted to do it. But it was ruled against us. I mean, even the question of constitutionality, which I disagree with, but that's the point that was raised, that we couldn't do it because it was against the Constitution, raised by the DNR. And that left us with few options. Now, you can call it a shell game if you want. It's not really. It's a redistribution, a pragmatic way of trying to reach a solution to a problem. And that is, how do we get money into research for the aquatic invasive species, which is a very, very serious problem in this state. And we took a legal route. I mean, there's nothing illegal about what we did. We simply redistributed some funds so that we could do it in a way that the DNR would approve and we could get through the Senate, and this is what we did. It's not trying to fool anybody. It's just a pragmatic way to get money into aquatic invasive species.
Is there any additional discussion on the adoption of the Conference Committee report? The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hesitate to speak twice on this, but I was told to look at the accomplishment plans on page 18, and in reading that language, the plans, they really talk about expenditures and measures of wetlands, prairies, forests, fish, game, wildlife, habitat restored, protected, and enhanced. And so when we're talking about the accomplishment plans in this bill, that deals with the purchasing of land and the managing of land. And that was my concern with the language in with the grant that's being made to the Prairie Chicken Society, is we specifically had language in the House version that it was not to be used to purchase land, that it actually had to have measurable, meaningful results for increasing prairie chicken populations in the state of Minnesota. But we get rid of the language that says that we have to measure the outcomes, and then the accomplishment plan deals with what it means to go and buy more land. And so we took a provision in the House that was very good, that actually did something for protecting a very endangered, limited species in Minnesota, and just said, let's go and use that basically for buying more land. And you know what? I think there's an appropriate time and place to buy more land, but under this section, that's not it.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just to get up and kind of talk about a couple of things, Representative Falk is right to point that out, that some of the measurements have been removed. I happen to serve on Lessard, and that's where the bill, that's where it was heard through the committee process, and it probably didn't get heard or presented at the legacy point. But it was really interesting to me to hear the discussion on grouse and the prairie chickens. I really didn't know much about it, to be quite honest. And they're an interesting animal, and they kind of gather in clutches, and there's quite a few clutches that are successful, and I may not be using the right words, so I'm sorry for that. I'm just doing the best I can. But there's quite a few that are successful in Wisconsin. So they're trying to get them. They go in like they jump. They're like a herd or something. You know, I don't know how to describe it exactly, but they jump from one spot to another. And so what they're trying to do is figure out habitat and try to make this animal successful, because it's quite popular with hunters. So it's kind of like the pheasant, you know, that's been popular in Minnesota. But the prairie chicken, and you know, it's an interesting animal, and honestly I didn't know much about it. I'm not saying your measurement's wrong, but I know Representative Urdahl did try to get the measure, and the Whigs beat us, so you're right on that. But it's kind of a neat project when you see how these animals function and how they, and quite honestly I didn't know much about it, and how they move. And then just kind of a comment generally to Representative Hansen's questions, and I think personally, I think it is tricky. I don't think it was ill-willed or any intent to do wrong or anything. I think you have to keep in mind, I always kind of think when you're in some of these situations, I remember, like myself, often we try to raise money at home, and you may not have money, and you move money from different spots, and you try to figure out how to pay for something. So I mean, you can present it as, you know, and quite easily actually, because I was kind of notating the pages, and it moves from page to page. It starts on page 48 and then moves to page 39 and back to 49, and so I was actually quite afraid of Representative Hansen's question, because I presented in caucus, and I was like, how in the heck are you going to explain this? And so he's right. It's complicated. Our staff is far smarter. I've heard other people say it, and I certainly believe it, are very bright. And I don't believe it has been done, but I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's something that we can't be proud of. And then keep in mind that it's going to good stuff. This bill is has $7.5 million going to invasives. Good work that we all can be proud of. I'm sure you've seen on the news where carp are jumping out of the water and doing crazy stuff to boaters and whatnot. Just yesterday I was going down, I sent out a tweet, I guess, of a picture. I was going down West 7th in St. Paul, and there was a truck that was going down with a pontoon, and it had all these, the milfoil, or I don't know what it was exactly, but it was full of weeds. So here's someone, I'm just hypothetically saying, a truck from Wisconsin going down West 7th towards the airport. They're going to bring that stuff and then maybe go into Minnetonka or one of our treasured lakes. I don't know. But we need to fight and figure out what we're going to do. So we're working also on science. So there's great stuff in this bill. $3.6 million going to the University of Minnesota. And that's stuff that we all can be proud of. So I'm pretty excited about it. I have to apologize in caucus today. I say that we're fully funding the Northwoods project. And we're not, straight up. So I kind of have to apologize. We're doing $11 million. And then if the assessments, there's some good, we're going to get a couple assessments and figure out the real value. And then, so we're going to fund it up to 14 if need be. So I guess that's kind of gets fully funded, but it's a neat project. I hope you guys get up there. Those folks in Brainerd, it's going to be a neat thing. You can, in this business, you can kind of spin things different ways. This land it's between an airport and a dump. But it's 3 miles on the Mississippi River in Minnesota. Think about that. I mean, we're all known for, I heard on the radio last night, I was going home and someone said, people used to come to Minnesota for the Mississippi. They'd go up and Bemidji and up and beyond and see the start of the Mississippi. Now they go to Ann Lechesky's district and see the Mall of America and those sort of things. Sorry, Ann. But that's where we go with our kids, too. But, it's really neat up there what they're going to do in Brainerd, and it's a good project. I think it's a good bill. There's Representative Winkler is 100% right about the parks and the balance on that, and it is quite frustrating. I'm counting on, the future, so you can call it compromise or peeling off or bailing or whatever, but I'm counting on Bev Scalzi. I'm counting on her to go over to the Senate. She'll fight for the Metro, I'm sure of it, and put her wig on, and she's going to do good work over there. And because that was really the problem, we were really, it was a loaded deck for the Metro, and I think Representative Urdahl was trying, but we really didn't have the best chance. But I think it's a good bill. It's very respectful to the work of the Outdoor Heritage Council, and those folks take their job serious. And there's a lot of nice projects that we can be proud of, those projects, the Northwoods, and I'm just really personally excited about the carp work that we're going to do as well. So thank you very much.
Seeing no additional discussion, the clerk will take the roll on adoption of the conference committee report. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Lomer votes no. There being 86 yeas and 46 nays, the conference committee report on Senate File 2493 is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File 2493 as amended by conference.
Third reading. Any further discussion? The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I rise in support of Senate File 2493. And, you know, we had good dialogue, good debate on very important points in this bill. And, you know, I just want to thank Chair Urdahl and Representative Lilly and Representative McNamara, the House conferees. Is this a perfect bill, members? No. What bill has been perfect off this House floor? You know, we work on a bill and we I know you all think you all had perfect bills, but no, we don't have a perfect bill off this House floor. Right, Representative Abler? But it's a good bill. It's a good bill, and members, I want you to know, I was able to witness firsthand how our House conferees, you know, battled for our positions, battled to bring back a better bill. And in my opinion, members, this is a better bill. It's a better bill that came back from the bill that left that we all, 101 of us voted for. 101 of us voted green for last time. So I really thank the House conferees for their hard work and advocacy. And you've heard the Mississippi River Northwoods project referenced a lot here tonight. And it is a very special project, not just for Ward and his district, but for all the citizens of the state of Minnesota and for all generations to come. It's a beautiful, beautiful project. 2 miles of Mississippi River Lakeshore, Riverway, 2,200 acres that will allow hunters, anglers, bird watchers, trail users, wild rice harvesters, and many, many other trail users and many other multi-use recreational people in the state of Minnesota and those visiting us to use. It's a piece of land that we will provide for our future generations in a conservation effort to make sure that our future generations have the same recreational opportunities that we have been blessed with, members, and that our water is taken care of, and that that our habitat is taken care of as well. So, members, I urge a green vote on the repassage of this of Senate File 2493. And again, thank the House conferees for all their hard work and advocacy for all of us in behalf of on the Legacy Amendment. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't stand up yet. I was going to back cleanup, but, you know, members, I've been here 26 years, and I don't think I've ever gotten anywhere near the pork that I see in this bill. You know, last night we had a discussion on school trust land, and in the bill dealing with the school trust changes, Representative Wagenius, you brought up, you know, using this money for purchases like we were talking about to have the DNR prioritize. Members, this is absolutely wonderful. You know, I got to page 9 in the bill, and Pheasants Forever, I got to page 9, and Pheasants Forever, by the time I got to page 9, got $13,043,000. Representative Urdahl, would you yield for a question? Representative Urdahl?
He will yield. Representative Rukavina.
Representative Urdahl, how many pheasant licenses got sold last year in Minnesota?
Member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Rukavina, a lot.
Well,
and I might say that my bill doesn't change the number of pheasant hunting licenses.
No, well, I looked it
Member
up,
from
Mr.
St. Louis,
Speaker, Representative Urdahl. I looked it up, members. There were 65,000 pheasant licenses sold last year. Representative Urdahl, you're giving them each pheasant hunter in Minnesota $207. You know, I called up woke her up probably a little while ago, the president of the Northeast Higher Education District. And the president of the Northeast Higher Education District, which she manages the community colleges in Representative McElpatrick's district, and in my district, and in Representative Moline's district, and in Representative Dill's district, and Representative Anselt's district. And she told me that going by the 4% increase we allowed, because of the $160-some million we cut MnSCU last year, that each kid, ironically, in our Northeast Higher Education District is going to get a $200 increase. Representative Wagenius, you asked last night, do you think the people that voted for the legacy amendment would have supported the trust lands being bought out? Do you think they would have supported? Let me ask this question. Does anybody on the floor think people in this state would have voted to give every pheasant hunter $207 in this bill and raise our kids' tuition in our community colleges, which I believe Representative Vermillion, Representative Carlson, I think is the second or third highest in the state, in the country? You know, members, I can't believe the pork in here, and I can't believe we sit here and allow this. I got to page 9 in the bill for my Tea Party friends. I got to page 9 in the bill. On page 4, we're giving the United States government with the Nature Conservancy $1.58 million. Let me see, on page 9, we're giving them $13.8 million to the United States Department of Agriculture. And then I think on another page here, I found another USA contribution. So we're giving the United States government $20.78 million for my Tea Party friends. I commend you. A stimulus package from Minnesota for the United States of America. What a wonderful deal. No, I'll tell you, this is absolutely ridiculous. And Representative Ward, I don't mean to rain on your parade, but here's the map. I will in any event. Here's the map of Lake Vermilion with the 22 miles of the kids' shoreline that I couldn't get in this bill. But we can spend, how much was it? Was it $11 million? Yeah, $11 million to buy a couple miles of shoreline on the Mississippi. Oh, I am sure if we put all this in the constitutional amendment, it wouldn't get 10 votes in the state of Minnesota. We should all be proud of ourselves with the cuts we've made to the nursing homes and the higher education and saddling our kids with debt, that we've got a great bill like this tonight. No, you all go ahead and vote for this, because I think this is a legacy of pork. That's what it is. So vote how you want. The DNR is getting all kinds of money, and later on we can vote to increase all of their license fees too. This is great, members. I hope everybody votes no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, the bill that you took out of this House floor and went to conference was a good bill. It was well crafted. Had lots of accountability measures in it. It was respectful of taxpayers. It had a reasonable amount of money going to the university so they could look at the enemies that we're facing, like big-head carp and zebra mussels. But then it went to conference, and I heard Senator Ingebrigtsen present the bill on the Senate floor, and what he said was, not a whole lot changed from the Senate bill. And therein is the problem. The accountability's gone. The respect for taxpayers is gone. And so let me just talk about two of the problems in the bill that I see. Other people have talked about other problems. When this bill left the House floor, you appropriated $7 million for Northwoods. In this bill, and Representative Rukavina, you're going to love this, so just pay up attention. But in this bill, it went to $11 million and then had a little caveat at the bottom that took it to $14 million. So what does that mean, folks? And here's what it means. And you all know that when you're pricing land like this, it is the lake shore or the riverfront that real estate agents look at, right? So Lake Vermilion had over 5 miles of riverfront when we bought it for $18 million. It was almost $6,000 an acre. The $11 million here, which looks like the bottom line, but it's not really the bottom line, has half as much waterfront, and we're paying the same price per acre. About $6,000 an acre. If the appraisal, and we lost our independent appraisal language, which now lets the purchaser do the appraising, as far as I can see, because the independent appraisal was taken out. So if it comes in at $14 million with another appraisal, then we will pay $7,500, actually over $7,500 an acre for this land that has half as much waterfront as Vermilion. This is not respectful for taxpayers. The other thing I want to talk about is the money that is going to the University of Minnesota for research. What we were trying to do, members, some of you are worried about zebra mussels and things like that. Some of you are worried about carp coming up the river. I know I don't see Representative Dean here, but I think he could probably tell you about the big head carp that was found at the mouth of the Mississippi just last week, 30 pounds. I've asked DNR if it was a female. They haven't gotten back to me, which probably means it was a female because it was fairly big. I wanted to know if it had eggs in it. I wanted to understand how much invasive species problem we have here. But what happened in this process is there's half the money for research. So I don't know how the U is going to do this. Is it just going to do zebra mussels? Just going to do carp? Can it figure out a way to do some of both? But it's not going to do what we originally wanted it to do. So why are we running into this problem, members? Because I think all of us, when this bill went out, we all voted to have research for a variety of invasive species. I think folks get it here. Our constituents certainly get it. So what's the problem? What Senator Ingebrigtsen said on the Senate floor was you couldn't use the money from the legacy bill, the heritage portion of the legacy bill, for research because it didn't meet the constitutional test. That is absolute nonsense. You can constitutionally spend that money for research. It's a choice you may not want to make. You may not want to spend the money for research, but it's certainly constitutional. Because what the Constitution says is this money can be spent to protect habitat for fish. And that's exactly what this research is doing, protecting habitat for fish. But the choice that Senator Ingebrigtsen is making is a choice of this advisory committee to us, which is advising we spend $13 million for pheasants and very little no money for research. Therein is the problem. It is no longer an advisory committee. We feel compelled, for some reason, certainly the Senate does. I won't say that of the House because the House did a better bill. The Senate feels compelled to salute and do exactly what that advisory committee says. We have the same problem with this Clean Water Council. They simply don't want to deal with invasive species. They want to divvy up the money. They put a little bit of money in for invasive species, but it was dropped because they don't want to spend money on anything other than the things they've always done. Representative Urdahl, I know you worked hard on this bill, and I know you understand the need for research, and I regret that the Senate doesn't get it at all. The problem I see is when our constituents come and say, what are you doing about the carp? What are you doing about the zebra mussels? They're not going to just ask the senators, they're going to ask us too. What are you doing about the carp? What are you doing about the zebra mussels? And we have to say, well, we made choices, and we chose to do things like Representative Rukavina said. We chose to spend a lot more for a piece of land than it's worth. Not a bad piece of land, but we're spending much too much money for it. As I think about this bill, I'm going to vote for it. I'm voting for it because there is money for research in here, because we have to understand these enemies that we have, because we'll never be able to deal with them until we understand them. We've got to understand zebra mussels. We've got to understand these carp, and they're at our back door. And I think when I heard about the bonding bill, there was no money for barriers in the Mississippi or Minnesota River. A little bit in here, but not enough to do the job. Not enough to do the job. So, Representative Urdahl, thank you for the struggle. But somehow, we've got to tell the Senate that they can't just listen to one advisory group who wants to spend the money to buy land. That's not right. We're not doing well by Minnesota citizens.
Any further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Urdahl yield to a question?
He will. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Urdahl, I heard Representative Wagenius say that there is no independent appraisal for the Mississippi Northwoods Habitat Complex, and it was already drizzling on Representative Ward's parade, and it'll drizzle just a little bit more. And so I looked up this, and I wonder, the question is going to be, is there an independent appraisal? And it says that the appraisal has to be pursuant to or in compliance with the DNR's supplemental appraisal and appraisal review guidelines effective 2009. But what it doesn't say is who actually is supposed to do the appraisal. So I wonder if you could explain to us how the appraised price of that property will be determined.
The member from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I wish that I could give you a better answer. I'm sure that Representative McNamara could, but Representative McNamara is involved in a conference committee right now. I will simply say that the DNR does have an appraisal process, that they do hire appraisers to come in, and this would follow the process that the DNR does do.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, I think, unfortunately, it's another good reason to not vote for this bill. We don't really, the only person apparently who can answer a question about how this appraisal will be done is not on the floor. The language in this section of the bill changes. There's a dispute about its value, and we don't even understand here tonight how we're going to determine whether the state of Minnesota is spending the right amount of money for this piece of property, which I don't have a problem buying the property. I have a problem overpaying for the property by whatever amount. And the language in the bill protects us if it comes in higher because the money gets automatically transferred and we buy it. But what it doesn't protect against is us paying too much for it. The county assessor says it's worth $4 million. The Trust for Public Land has an option to purchase the land from Potlatch. The Trust for Public Land gets paid $400,000 for their role in the project. and the appraisal is handled by the agency, the DNR, that's ultimately going to own the property. So, and the purchase price is not only in this appropriation, but under the option is based on the appraisal. So there's really no independent point of view anywhere in here about where that appraisal comes from. And then just in this same section, on line 7.15 through 7.29, we had language in the bill when it left the House that was different than the language as it comes back. The language as it comes back says that the Lessard-Sams Commission has authority to approve a trail development. But the Lessard-Sams Commission is not a commission that we can delegate that power to. They do not exist under state law to follow the Administrative Procedures Act to provide an approval for any kind of planning. This is unconstitutional. We cannot delegate in this manner to the Lessard-Sams Council. We had that fixed when it left the House, and it comes back from the Senate, giving away an unconstitutional power to the Lessard-Sams Council. Now, is that power likely to be challenged through a lawsuit? Probably not. I know that you constitutionalists would disagree with it, but whether you will actually bother to sue on it is probably a little bit in doubt. So what's happening is the legislature is violating the law, violating the Constitution by granting this power to the Lessard-Sams Council and acting as though Lessard-Sams has the power when it's illegal for us to give it to them in the first place. It's a power grab. It's a power grab by powerful interests who convince us and convince the public to raise taxes so that they could spend it, and they don't want anybody to ask any questions. Thank you very much. That is one of the huge problems here. And every time we make a little improvement in this bill, leaving the House, it comes back in worse shape because the Senate operates on the good old boy principle with these organizations. Members, the bill's passed in the night, and the bill feels like thieves coming in the night to take money from the taxpayers. This should be an easy and clear no vote. In addition, and Representative Urdahl, I voted for your bill as it left the House. I think you made some great changes to the bill as it left the House. But as it comes back from the Senate, it should not be acceptable. It should not be acceptable if you're from the metro region, whether you're Republican or Democrat. This bill puts us further down the path of more and more of the money going to greater Minnesota than it's already there. It's already at 80%, and this is only going to get worse. And we have illegal delegations of power to a good old boy club at Lessard-Sams who just want to take the money and spend it without anybody asking any questions. And we no longer have an appraisal. In fact, we have no one on the floor who can even answer a question about appraisal because, after all, the Lessard-Sams Council said this is what we should do. And if any of us who bother to run for election, bother to have an election certificate, bother to ask the voters for their support, have any questions about it, we should just sit down, be quiet, and vote along with whatever they say. That's what you're voting for if you vote green on this bill.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Representative Winkler, I've always thought you were rather sharp, but it's taken you a few years to get it. Because the LCCMR was doing it for years too. And I've listened to your argument, but let's look on starting on page 18. Representative Winkler, turn to page 18 of the bill. Representative Urdahl, will you yield for a question?
He will not yield, Representative
Urdahl will not yield because, Representative Urdahl, I'm going to ask you, where in state statute does it give the Lessard-Sams Council the authority to write policy? I think that Section 97A.056 gives the Lessard-Sams Council the power to make suggestions to us on how to spend this money. It doesn't give the council the power to have, I don't know how many pages here, of policy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.5 pages of policy. You know, it's absolutely crazy that the legislature giving up its constitutional authority. You know, when I sitting on the LCCMR, well, you didn't yield for a question. Sit down, buddy, because I'm going to be talking for a while. You didn't want to yield. Sit down. No, you're not yielding. Stand. You sit down. I've been here longer than you. I got seniority. Oh, that's out. That was thrown out tonight too. Okay. Anyway, back to the point. Back to the point. You know, and the LCCMR was trying to do what I told them. You were there, Gene. You were there, Lynn. I said, you don't have the right to do this. There's nothing in law that says you tell us what to do and write policy. But see, those are kind of like tree huggers and that, so your side doesn't care. You know, you beat them up all the time. When it comes here, you change their bill. You don't dare change and touch this one. And now you let them write policy. Are they going to be writing the K-12 bill next? Higher ed? Maybe health and human services. We could take a few money. By the way, I never got to the point that the pheasants were $32.17 each. Did I? Maybe we can buy Cornish hens for the poor people. No, this is absolutely outrageous what's going on here. And it's been outrageous for a few years, and I've said it. And now finally, Winkler's catching on. Like Denise tried to finally train you people over here to catch on to the trust lands. Maybe by the time I'm in a nursing home, you'll all catch on to the authority that you've given up in this body. I opposed this constitutional amendment in our caucus when you put it up several years ago and told you what a bunch of knotheads we were being. Now you can see tonight what kind of knotheads we really are.
Member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just would like to take a stab at the appraisal of the land that was just talked about. So I didn't know if you were telling me to sit down a minute ago, or, you know, that's okay. I'm not a knothead either. So I want to address Representative Winkler's question about the appraisal, members. Now, if you've been to this land, first of all, you know how valuable that land is. I've been there. I've walked it. I've been on the river. I've ridden on a vehicle in it. I've been to the whole project. I've seen it. And members, the appraisal, Representative Winkler, that you talked about, not the appraisal, excuse me, the assessment, the Crow Wing County assessment that you talked about, was given years ago to, it's Potlatch-owned land, and it was given to Potlatch, you know, as a lowest assessment that they could give to them as a, you know, as a help to the business. Okay? If you go across the river, members, just go across the river, and that land across the river is a far greater assessed value than that you know, the 4,000 that you're talking about, Representative Winkler. So, members, that was then, this is now. And there's already been one appraisal done, members. The appraisal came in at $14 million. The appraisal came in at $14 million. $14 million the appraisal came in at. Now, that's not disputable. That's what it came in at. We're doing a second appraisal. This project, we're doing a second appraisal. It doesn't have to have two appraisals. We're doing a second on it to make sure that we're paying fair market value on this project. And thirdly, members, the legacy amendment itself says we can't, by statute, pay more than this fair market value. We can't pay more than the fair market value. So we won't. So we won't, because it's against the law. And none of us are going to get thrown in jail for that, Representative Winkler, I guarantee you. Especially me. So, members, I just want you to understand that while we talk a lot about, you know, the process here and things like that, those are the facts. Those are the facts. The land across the river has a much higher assessed value. It already has had one appraisal. And we're doing a second. We only need to do one, but we're doing a second. And by statute, we can't pay more than the fair market value, and we won't. So, members, this is a good project. It's a good bill. Please vote green.
Is there any further discussion? Call upon the author of the bill from Meeker, Representative Urdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, thank you for the spirited discussion. It's a good bill. I liked what we left the floor of the House with a little bit better, but this is still a good bill. Representative Ward reemphasized that on Northwoods it's the appraised value that we will be paying. I appreciated Representative Wagenius' comments on AIS. And again, maybe there, we did a little more, but we have done more than has ever been done before. We have made dramatic strides in Minnesota to doing something about aquatic invasive species. And to answer Representative Rukavina from earlier, the process is that we are required by the Constitution to preserve, enhance, and protect the environment and the resources of the state of Minnesota. It's not as easy a process as one might think. We try to do it fairly and responsibly. We take into account certainly the recommendations of Lessard Sams, but while perhaps the other body takes them a little more literally than we do, I do believe that we as the legislature should assert, whenever possible, the authority that we have and the responsibility that we have to make adjustments as needed. And so I urge you, please, to vote green, to respect the wishes of the people of Minnesota who passed this amendment, and to continue to preserve and enhance and protect the resources of the state of Minnesota.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Perfect. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 yeas and 56 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2555, Kiffmeyer, Pepin, and Nelson.
Fiscal calendar. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, Representative Holberg for the Committee on Ways and Means calls up House File 1284 for immediate consideration. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1284 on the fiscal calendar, the fourth engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Hey, Al, who's the author of the bill?
Beard.
I call upon the author of the bill. From Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is House File 1284. This would be what we know colloquially as Omnibus Transportation Bill Number 1. This actually was past the work of the excellent work of the Transportation Committee last year, but in the excitement towards the end of the year, did not get taken up. So we brought it back to committee, moved it through the process again, and here it is before us this year. This is largely work that went through last year. Members, if you'll give me your attention for just a few moments, I will describe what is in the bill, at least the high points. There's a lot of technical things, and many members have good work in this bill. The House File 1284 actually was was a non-controversial bill brought to us by the United Transportation Union and the railroads to exempt railroad workers from having to display or present a driver's license if they were involved in a train, automobile, or vehicle accident at a crossing. Because they're actually federally licensed employees, they can present their federal license and identification, and that would be sufficient. What was happening, members, is sometimes somebody would dart in front of a train would hit the car, they would ask for their driver's license, and lo and behold, on their insurance companies would call and uprate their insurance and raise their insurance rates, which is certainly not what was intended, so this bill repairs that. To that, we amended many different functions, different pieces of legislation that are very helpful. We have exceptions to the child restraint law that Representative Hortman brought. This is actually compliance. There were some problems with the way our law was drafted, members, that didn't allow some pass-through federal funds for providing safety restraint devices for qualifying families that maybe needed some help because these things can be rather expensive. There is a segment in here that was had strong bipartisan support by Representative Biskins involving internet-based driver education for non-traditional students and homeschooled students. That is in the bill. Representative Szymanski had a what we call a one-stop shopping bill for overweight and over-dimension loads, rather than have small contractors, for instance, who pulled boats or grain dryers or things around our highways, having to pull a permit every time they made a move. They could buy one permit for the entire year. That was just a good government bill. Representative Murray has a piece in here on electric bicycles. As the population ages and we buy bicycles with little booster motors on them, that those are to be classified as bicycles, because you know when you ride on trails sometimes, members, any kind of motor is disqualified on some trails. This says that bikes for guys like me that need a little boost getting up a hill, we can actually ride those on trails, and they're to be handled as bicycles. There are a couple of highway naming bills. Representative Liebling had one for the Ariana McNamara Memorial Bridge in Rochester, Representative Liebling. And Representative Fritz had one for the Deputy John Liebenstein Memorial Highway. Representative Fritz, that's in this bill as well. Members, MnDOT had several things that they needed as well. One of the things they needed was they needed to have some clarifying language for the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, that is to comply with some things from the Department of Justice. So Representative Champion carried that language. That is in this bill. Let's see, I have a provision in here that we needed because MnDOT is ready to start reconstructing Highway 35E from Spaghetti Junction north to Little Canada. They actually need specific legislative authority, members, to actually add a min-pass lane as they're going to rebuild and expand the capacity on 35E. The expanded capacity will be a min-pass lane. That language enabling that project, very important project, to move ahead immediately is in this bill. Related to the targeted group business DBE, Representative Gauthier had a provision that MnDOT was looking for to provide some working capital loans for small businesses. There was also a fix in here that Representative Quam and Representative Runbeck worked on for cities that are at or near 5,000, dealing with municipal state aid. Some adjustments to be made there. Representative Cornish wanted DNR vehicles to be able to run as unmarked vehicles, but they didn't have to have the police plates on them. So now if you're driving around in the woods and somebody pulls up behind you with regular license plates and flashes their lights at you, I guess you're just going to have to figure out whether that's a DNR officer, whether it's just somebody who's mad at you because you took his favorite fishing spot. But nonetheless, that's in the bill too, and I shouldn't even say that because Representative Cornish isn't here to defend himself on that issue. Representative Biskins had some useful language dealing with clarifying a private property issue with impound lots, where the police use an impound lot that might be a private lot instead of a public lot. There's Highway MnDOT and Met Council were looking for a definition on shoulder use by buses if the traffic was flowing at 55 or 60 miles an hour, to allow the buses to actually go with the traffic instead of current law, which makes them do 35 miles an hour. We changed that. Members, we also had some reports from township, county, and cities in outstate Minnesota, greater Minnesota, that of all people, the commercial part of the State Patrol was pulling over snowplows and sand and gravel trucks that were on their way to fight snowstorms and ticketing them for being overweight. Well, they now have an exemption thanks to the provision by Representative Murray in this bill if they are actually in the process of treating the roads for ice and snow. They are exempt from the overweight laws, as are other emergency vehicles like fire trucks, for instance. Representative Urdahl has his Dimdahl amendment, we call it affectionately in the committee, that 10 mile an hour over the speed limit, only up to the speed limit of 60. He just expands it from 55 to 60. That's in this bill, as he will speak in a moment. That got 110 votes as a standalone bill. Representative Hornstein also has a provision that will be very useful. For years we've had people saying, why can't I use my credit card or my debit card to pay for my license plates or my driver's transactions? Well, now you can, and the deputy registrars can add a small convenience fee to pay the upcharge to the credit card company. Let's see. Representative Smith had a fix. DPS has been trying to work on the ignition interlock law, and there was a glitch in the way the law was written. The language in Section 34 and 35 straightens out a cross-sectional reference that was awkward and didn't work well. Representative Biskins also carried a department bill where the commissioner is looking for a pilot project on alternative financing. He wants to try one project and then report back to us on how that worked out. Representative Nelson had a provision on rail bank property use, where we've had problems with people encroaching on rail banked property. And Representative Westrom had a project for an airport at Elbow Lake, seaplane base, where Department of Aeronautics needed some direction on that they could authorize a landing area on the lake that doesn't quite meet their standards but is close enough that the wings will not fall off and people can make this work. Mr. Speaker and members, that is the essence of Transportation Policy Omnibus Bill number 1, 1284. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to stand for questions, or I believe you have an author's amendment at the desk. If the A16 amendment has been handed out yet, I'm ready for that. If it's not, there may be a few other ones there we could talk about.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
Call upon the author of the amendment from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. This is a technical amendment that Mr. Burris from our nonpartisan reviser put together that deals with those cities under 5,000 that are on municipal state aid. This clarifies for MnDOT a little bit on how the expenditures are to be made, and just makes the statute read a little smoother and makes the intent a little more clear. I'd urge its adoption, Mr. Speaker, and with that I'll stand for questions on the A16 if I need to. Otherwise, I'd urge its adoption.
Any discussion on the A16 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Paymar and others moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A17.
Call upon the author of the amendment from Ramsey, Representative Paymar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply it takes the provision that Representative Murray has in the bill on e-bicycles and gets rid of a needless regulation that's currently in statute, especially with the Murray amendment, and it makes e-bikes the same as bicycles instead of regulating them like mopeds and motorcycles. As I said, the Transportation Committee already passed a bill to allow e-bikes on trails. Bicycles bicycles can actually drive faster than an e-bicycle, so there seems to be no need for this regulation, and this changes that statute to make e-bikes the same as bicycles. There's no opposition from the Department of Public Safety, and I know, and there was no opposition in committee when this bill was heard, and has the support of Chair Beard, and I just ask for your approval. Thank you.
Call upon the author of the Member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Paymore, thank you for bringing this forward. This is in Omnibus Bill number 2, but it doesn't hurt to put it in number 1, I suppose. Members, yes, this is sort of like Representative Murray's assisted bikes on trails. What we've had is some people have been trying to license those, make you get a license, insurance, registration card, and all that happy stuff. I don't think we need to do that. I think it's a good amendment. Please vote aye.
All those in favor of the A17 amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McDonald and others moving to amend House File 1284 to fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 479.
I call upon the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would require Minnesota vehicles to display only a single license plate on the rear of the vehicle, therefore eliminating the necessity to have a front license plate. There are 20 states currently that require only one plate on their license. Another fact, Minnesota does not require front plate on vehicle models 1965 and older. There's also only one license plate on a motorcycle. What this would also do is it would save the state over $1 million in 2 years. And that money could go towards funding priorities in our transportation system, roads, bridges, highways. It's a good amendment. Some of you may have heard from your police or your sheriffs, as I have done in Wright County. They don't necessarily support this. They argue that it makes the law more difficult in pursuing or capturing or identifying a vehicle. Well, I submit to you that those police officers and sheriffs, when looking for a vehicle, usually look for the make, model, and color, not necessarily the license plate. I have heard from our sheriff also that it will make it difficult for vehicles who are leaving the scene of a crime, that they won't be able to identify the license plate. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't know how many criminals who leave a scene of a crime do it backwards. They're usually going forward, making it very easy to identify the license plate. My good friend, Representative Cornish, says he can spot a license plate head-on at 75 miles an hour. My friends in Wright County, good friends of mine who are police, say that's a very difficult task, nearly impossible, but yet it's possible. And I'll submit to you that if there is a vehicle, a suspected criminal, and the police are looking for the make, model, and color of this vehicle, and they go head-on, I don't want my policeman just to think he sees the license plate. I want them to circle around and follow this vehicle that is perhaps involved in a crime. So I ask for your support on this amendment. As you see, we have many signatures. And just remember, this will save the state over $1 million in 2 years. If we can't pass a single simple amendment that could save $1 million in 2 years to have it fund other more important priorities, then it'll be tough to do even the big jobs if we can't do the small jobs. So I urge your support and a green vote.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I turned the amendment over to see if there were more names on the back. This is like probably a majority of the members of the House, so with a straight face I have to stand here and channel Representative Cornish and say probably not. However, let me tell you, I was born and raised in Pennsylvania, 12 million people, a whole bunch of drivers, one license plate, right on the bumper. I don't know that we had a big issue, and if we'd have tried to put 2 plates on there, I think all the Steeler fans, Pirate fans, and Penn State fans would have had a fit, because that was the plate that was on the front of the car, unless you were driving a Corvette and didn't have a front license plate holder, like Corvettes are meant not to be. So I got to stand here with a straight face and ask you to vote no on the amendment, but members, I understand how popular it is, and I'll try to work with the will of the body.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I agree with Chair Beard on this. Representative Cornish has passed out a Sheriff's Association letter. I also would assume the Department of Public Safety has concerns, and I think when we have such major concerns from law enforcement, at least let's have this bill move through the process. And so we have an amendment late at night on a policy bill. We haven't really had a chance to hear from the stakeholders on this, and so I would urge a no vote as well, and I think we have the DFL lead and the Republican chair in agreement on this.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker. And I don't serve on the Transportation Committee, but I was quite surprised to get this amendment with all these fancy signatures on it, and I just thought, what can be making the House of Representatives so excited over an amendment that it got all these signatures? And some of them are great big ones like a John Hancock, and some of them are little tiny fancy ones, and everybody was so excited to sign this amendment, and I just wondered, is this about freedom? Is it about jobs? And oh my gosh, it saved $1 million! Woo!
All those in favor of adoption of the RA 12-479 amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Carlson moves to amend House File 1284 to fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 500.
Call upon the member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker and members, this removes the section of the bill that deals with online learning and driver's education. The proposed changes, I think you have to remember, impacts on 15, 16, and 17-year-olds. The impact and consequences if these students are not properly prepared and are on our highways is significant, and we could very well be, or we should very well be concerned about not only the safety of the students, but the safety of others as well. We should be concerned about the quality of instruction in a classroom setting. The student has the opportunity to talk with their instructor and other classmates about actual events they have experienced driving, and a real discussion about what happens in certain situations can take place. They can, in other words, talk things through. So the main reason, members, that I put the amendment forward, and this has been an issue that's been debated for some time. I remember it well when it was before the Finance Committee, when I happened to chair that committee. But much of the discussion then and the discussion that we should have here today is that with online learning, we do run some risks in terms of the safety of our roadways and the safety of our young people, and so I would encourage your support for the amendment.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Carlson, thank you for your amendment and for your heartfelt explanation. Members, we did do good committee work on this section of the bill. It has been around for a couple of years and enjoyed strong bipartisan support, and I would encourage us to keep it in the bill. There are a lot of non-traditional students we're trying to accommodate, homeschooled students and so on and so forth, distance learning kind of programs that actually benefit. In fact, I can't think of any opposition when it first came up, although there were some serious questions asked until after the bill was put together, when our friends at Ed, Minnesota, my friend Jody, came and see me about some concerns on this bill. So, members, I'd ask that you would vote red on the amendment and leave it in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I, too, urge a red vote on the amendment. It's tough to stand up against friends, including Representative Carlson and certain educational interest groups that I respect and whose endorsement I carry proudly. But in this instance, members, as Representative Beard said, this is a bipartisan provision that has been around for a few years, and it's a bill that I used to carry. Representative Biskins has carried it this year. And I want to thank members as diverse as Representative Hausman, Holberg, Lesch, Johnson, Zellers, Beard, and Leidiger for being co-authors of this bill over the last couple of years. I appreciate it. Members, I just want to get some facts straight about this provision. About a third of the United States is under this regime right now that allows an online option when it comes just to the permit test. States like California and Texas and Pennsylvania and Georgia and Florida and several others as well. And I just want to make sure we understand what we're really talking about. We're only talking about an option, and we're only talking about the permit portion of the test. Nobody is counseling that we ought to have an online version of driver's ed for behind the wheel. Nobody ever has, and I hope nobody ever will. This is just for the permit test, and it's only a menu item. It's only an option. So in a third of the United States, students have 3 options. Here we have 2. Our current 2 options are 1, you can take it at school, or 2, you can take it at one of the private driving academies. I took mine at AAA in St. Louis Park on Highway 100. So this would just add a 3rd option, and that is an online version of the driver's ed portion. It has to be approved by the Department of Public Safety. That's what the bill says. And only if the Department of Public Safety approves the curriculum and approves the program can it be used throughout Minnesota. And as I said, about a third of the United States is already under this regime. It only applies to behind the wheel, and it only applies as an option, as a menu option. Now, there are really good reasons why a parent might not want their kid to take driver's ed in this way. There are good reasons why they might not want them to take it in school, but I don't really understand why we wouldn't want to have at least the option to have that. One thing that came up in some of the past debates, and I don't have the handout here on the floor, it's kind of an irony that some of you may remember from the committee testimony. In Minnesota, it is legal and acceptable to learn how to be a driver's ed instructor online. Not kidding. I tried to find it before tonight's debate. I couldn't. I usually have the committee handout. There's one of the MNSCU institutions offers an online course about how to be a driver's ed instructor. That is apparently okay and happening all the time, but simply giving students and their families the menu option of learning it online only for the permit, not for behind the wheel, that is somehow objectionable. So I take no pleasure in taking a position that's against some friends, both individuals and organizations, but I just happen to think this is a small, reasonable, relatively mild reform that puts us in the same group as many other states. And so I would ask members respectfully to vote no on the amendment and keep it in the bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise in support of the Carlson amendment. I have no issue with online learning. I think it's a really great option for a lot of students and a lot of different subjects. But I think driver's ed is a really critical one in terms of safety. And so with this, I think it's a little risky to have this option. And I think Representative Carlson made some really good points about that. And so members, on this one, this is not really a up or down on online learning in general. I want to make that clear. But I think when it comes to driver's ed, when it comes to 15 and 16 and 17-year-olds who really benefit from having that interaction in the classroom, the supervision, the quality of instruction that takes place, this is really important, especially with, I think we're all very familiar with, unfortunately, the death and injury of teenagers on the roads. They have to have the highest quality driver's education that we can give them, and that's why the Carlson amendment is appropriate, and I would urge support.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 42 yeas and 86 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
House moving to amend House File 1284 to fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 516.
The member from Cass, Representative Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is crafted to mainly just affect townships, especially people that are hired to grade the roads or plow the snow. Many of them do it on a 3-year basis based on the mile or by the hour and not by a bid contract, and it does not affect any MnDOT work. I'd appreciate your support.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a necessary and useful amendment. Please vote aye.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Morrow and others moving to amend House File 1284 to fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 495.
Call upon the author of the amendment from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, I'm going to talk about the deadliest road in Minnesota. And I'm going to talk about the deadliest road in Minnesota according to a study done by MnDOT completed last week. But I'm not only talking about Highway 14, I'm talking about all of the roads in Minnesota. I'd like to read to you a couple of quotes from the Department of Transportation in a letter issued today. And if you live in a rural district, a suburban district, or a metro area, you need to listen to what MnDOT is going to be telling our state about the next 20 years, about safety, about congestion, and about roads. MnDOT is adapting its planning process to recognize the increasing uncertainty of future revenues and the growing need to invest in preserving the existing road system. Fiscally constrained investment priorities, members, are limiting MnDOT's ability to make our roads safer. We used to have 20-year plans, and those of us in southern Minnesota know that one of the 20-year plans was to turn Highway 14 from a 2-lane to a 4-lane road. There are 30 road coalitions in the state of Minnesota. Every one of you represents at least one of them. Here's what MnDOT tells us. Those plans for road expansion throughout Minnesota, quote, were initiated at a time when revenues were strong, the system was in a better state of repair, and the economy was relatively strong. The next sentence is even more jarring. Investments needed to preserve bridges and road pavements in good repair will require more than 125% more revenue than we're projected to have. The amendment before you addresses what's going on in my district, but it's also going on in your district. In my district, the 2-lane Highway 14 has a fatal crash record 3 times the state average. More people have died on Highway 14 in the last decade than died in the 35W bridge collapse. The serious injury crash rate on Highway 14 is 50% higher than the state average. As the Mankato Free Press said earlier this month, we're done being polite. Because I'm going to tell you what happened, members. MnDOT has now told my area, you're not going to 4-lane. They're trying to come up with other ways to deal with the horrific safety record in my district. I'm going to ask all of you, I want you to think to yourselves, have you had 7 people die in your district in the last 5 years on one 6-mile stretch of road? Some of you have. Now I'm going to ask you, was it a 2-lane rural road that MnDOT's telling you will not be put on the next 20-year plan? Members, my amendment is simple. What it says is when you've got the conditions of a higher than average fatality rate, a higher than average serious crash rate, MnDOT has got to come up within 5 years with a plan to make your roads safer. MnDOT's response is it doesn't have the money to make the roads safer. It has some money, it doesn't have enough money. So I know while some of us are looking at our computers and doing other things, and I understand that, it's late, the next time you've got a constituent who dies in a road crash, and you think to yourself, could this road have been safer, I would like you to think also about my constituents and yours who drive on our rural roads, as we heard in the legacy bill. We know how to make the roads safer, but we're being told there just isn't the money to do all the work that needs to be done. A promise of 60 years, members, of making this road 4-lane is now being thrown out the window. And I've had it.
Member from Scott, Representative Beard. Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't mean to put Chair Beard on the spot. I thought there were a couple other members who wanted to speak to this. Mr. Speaker, Chair Beard, with that, I will withdraw this amendment. My point is we shouldn't be making this policy decision on the floor, but we shouldn't let MnDOT make decisions about our constituent safety without our input either.
Representative Morrow withdraws his amendment. Representative Falk offers the following amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 535.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment. It just designates the speed limit on U.S. Highway 75 as 60 miles per hour except in restricted areas instead of its current designation of 55 miles per hour. This is one of the few U.S. highways in the state that I believe is at these levels, and this is a rural road that travels the western part of the state. A lot of these areas are very sparsely populated, whether it's in Representative Fabian's district or Representative Schumacher's district or in parts of my district. So I guess if the author of the bill would yield to a question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beard, I would hope that you would find this as a friendly amendment and continue the process there. So if you see it that way, I would appreciate it.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Falk. Actually, this reminds me that you're channeling Representative Seifert, who used to bring this amendment every year, and every year it somehow wouldn't make it through the process. But there used to be, I'll just remind members, at one time, those kind of reflectorized signs that said speed limit 60, night 55 or 50 or something like that. I can't tell you why we dropped those. But it sounds to me like a great bill for committee to have MnDOT come in and explain how they set their traffic speed limits, because oftentimes it has to do not only with engineering but with traffic patterns and so on, and why they've been reluctant to put 60-mile-an-hour high speed limits on 2-lane rural highways, because it sounds to me like a good idea. I got to tell you, though, I am reluctant to do this on the fly, do committee work here on the fly on the floor with something like this. So I understand the notion. I've heard it before, and I assure you that if we're fortunate enough to come back here next year, we'll bring this up and put it through the committee process and have them come and explain the whole traffic warrant speed study.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Beard, I appreciate that. is one of the things, too, that when we look at the need around the state for where we have to do a lot of traffic studies, when we're looking at rural Lincoln County or rural Pipestone County or any of these areas where the traffic patterns are, I think, in a very simple way to sum up, very light. We don't get that preponderance of traffic in these areas, and so I don't even know if it would be maybe as prudent to use the resources to go and dedicate some of the studies to areas where we know are incredibly less traveled compared to some of the other parts of the state. I'd hope that we accept this as a friendly amendment, and I think it's something we should have for discussion. This was brought to me by a constituent a little bit late in the process, unfortunately, this year, so that's why it was not brought forward as a bill. But I would ask members to support the amendment.
Member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker and members, I just respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment, and we will move ahead with this policy discussion when we can vet it thoroughly in committee. And with that, I'll just ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Beard, I would only wish you had made that same argument on this earlier amendment on the license plate. I'm rather surprised. I was thinking that the chair might call that in a different direction. It sounded like the voices were clearly in opposition. And if I had known that it would have been called that way, I would have certainly asked for a roll call because, I mean, in some ways that is even to your argument, what we just did then, to a far greater extent, I think, required a policy discussion, and I don't know where we're going to go with that, but I feel really regretful about having put on that other amendment.
Any additional discussion? The member from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, just to add some comfort for the body, Highway 75 runs through Representative Falk's district. It's near my district. Will be part of the new district. It used to be part of my old district. Representative Marquardt travels a lot of miles on Highway 75. Representative Fabian. It travels from Canada down southern Minnesota and way down south beyond that and north into Manitoba. This is about as straight a road, about as flat a road, about as open of a road as you could have in this state. And so Representative Falk, with this amendment, we don't know what will happen on the House floor, but hopefully MnDOT is listening. I understood a few years ago we gave them some authority to look at roads and increase them, and so I think this is a prime candidate for MnDOT to go through a process and try to raise this naturally through the Commissioner's office, even if we don't have it make it through the process today. Hopefully it will, but members, have comfort that this road, if there's any road that is a rural, sparse, flat, wide open road that could handle a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, it is the one that basically parallels I-29 on the Minnesota side. It's just much slower, but it is very wide open, very few towns on it, small towns that you do have to slow down for at times, but this is a very prime candidate for 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Representative Falk, I would support your amendment.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the RA 12-535 amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Swazinski offers an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski and others moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 925.
Call upon the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, the 812 amendment simply gets rid of a crime. Currently, all of us, when we go fill up our cars or trucks with fuel, we pay in three ways. We either pay at the pump, we either prepay, so we would bring money inside the establishment $20, $40, whatever that might be, put the fuel in and leave, maybe get change if you have a small enough tank. And then we also have, like most of us use, you put fuel in and go into the establishment to buy a pop, buy a soda, and pay for your fuel. And currently we have a city that has decided to outlaw, make this a misdemeanor, which would go on your permanent record. So in other words, if you're a business owner and you've got a young kid working behind the counter, and they would happen to dispense fuel in that manner, which would be you put the gas in and then you go inside and pay, that would be a misdemeanor. And that's simply what this bill does. It has nothing to do with what the city's ordinances are. It simply gets rid of a crime. It takes away the ability to have a misdemeanor for simply doing a simple transaction between a customer and the business owner. And I would appreciate a green vote on this amendment.
Call upon the member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker and members, yes, this is a good amendment. You know how I feel about imposing criminal penalties on people, although it leaves the local ordinance and local authority there to administratively prohibit things. It takes away criminalizing kids who might push the button the wrong way. I would encourage you to vote aye on the amendment.
Call upon the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Swedzinski would yield to a question.
He will. Representative Hortman.
Representative Swedzinski, did you introduce this as a bill?
Call upon the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
No, I did not.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has to do with how local governments can regulate their own cities. I wonder if the member from Hassan, where is that? Rogers?
Lyon.
Would Representative Pepin would yield to a question.
Representative Pepin, will you yield for a question? She will yield. Representative Hortman.
Thank you. Representative Pepin, you don't even need to see the amendment, I think, to answer my question. I've never served on the Government Operations Committee, so I don't really know what's in the realm of your committee, but my understanding is that when we here at the state government tell city and county governments how they can operate things, that those measures are supposed to go through your committee. Can you explain to me how your committee jurisdiction works?
Call upon the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Hortman, I would say that that's an accurate characteristic of the committee jurisdiction.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think that we shouldn't be adopting this amendment on the House floor. It impacts the way local governments can write policy in their communities. We don't know the potential unintended consequences of other areas of city ordinances that we might be affecting by going in this direction. Members, in the city of Coon Rapids, we had a serious problem with gasoline thefts at our gas stations. And our police chief and our city council have determined to solve the problem by requiring prepay at all gas stations in the community. And they did change the ordinance so that drive-off would be a misdemeanor. And I think we should let local units of government make their own decisions about how they're going to regulate activities in their community. And if we're going to change it, I think it should go through Representative Pepin's committee so that we can ask all the relevant questions about whether it's the right thing to do or has unintended consequences. So I would request a no vote.
Call upon the member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Zinski, thanks. I heard about this issue too, and I would really urge the Progressive Libertarian Caucus to support the amendment.
Call upon the member from Anoka, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also ask the members for a green vote. It is within the purview of this body to look out for the best interests of small business owners throughout the state of Minnesota. This particular ordinance is especially damaging for small business owners that may own one gas station that are especially dependent upon the walk-through traffic at their convenience stores, and it ought to be a contract between buyer and seller that be allowed to happen. And if the seller doesn't want to do that, they can simply choose not to if that's in their best interest in the case of drive-offs.
The author of the amendment from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think this bill was brought forward by an association that a constituent of mine represents, and I really believe that when we're looking to this bill, we're looking at local control, and that has been brought up oftentimes, but really local control is that business owner, is that individual, that employee, making a contract with that customer. And I'd really appreciate the green vote. I've also visited with the governor's office, and they have also said they would be comfortable with this language.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Rule 4.13, bills affecting state government powers and structure, subdivision C, that bills that change the organization of a department or agency of state government or substantially change, vest, or divest the official rights, powers, or duties of local governments has to go to the Gov Ops Committee.
Representative Hortman raises a point of order under Rule 4.13. Advice for the Speaker, Representative Hortman?
No, Mr. Speaker, I just read the rule to you. That was kind of my advice.
Representative Hortman, I'm advised by the Chief Clerk that this motion, maybe I wasn't advised by the Chief Clerk, that we have not if an amendment did. If a bill violated this rule, it would have to be actually adopted by the body or be before the body. Right now it's being presented as an amendment. So, Representative Hortman.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if the amendment's adopted, then I could raise a point of order on the bill.
Okay. Representative Hortman, at that time you could make a motion to do that. Representative
Thank you,
Hortman.
Mr. Speaker.
Do you withdraw your point of order, Representative Hortman?
For the moment.
Any further discussion on the A120925 amendment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
No. Division.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
Division.
All right, our division's been requested. All those in favor, please say... You withdraw your request for the division. Okay.
Division.
A division being recalled. All those in favor, please stand. All right, please sit. All those opposed, please stand. There being 66 votes in favor, given the number of excused absences, the motion does prevail. Representative Moline offers the following amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moline and others moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 509.
Call upon the author from the amendment from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that I didn't necessarily want to get involved in this issue, but unfortunately one of the communities I represent in MnDOT couldn't come to an agreement, and my amendment simply prohibits the Department of Transportation from putting a J-turn in at the intersection of Highway 53 and County Highway 52 in the town of Cotton in St. Louis County. And the issue is the town is right on the highway. It's right on Highway 53. And MnDOT is insisting on putting a J-turn there, which essentially would prohibit you from crossing the intersection directly. You actually have to take a right turn and go 1/4 of a mile and then come back in order to get across the highway. And all the businesses in town are located right on that highway, so essentially people have to go about 1/2 a mile out of their way in order to get to a business. So our business owners in town are all against this. In fact, I've only heard opposition from the township board and from everyone that lives there. They're afraid this is going to divide their community. But unfortunately, MnDOT is insisting on going forward with this J-turn. You know, there is a safety concern at the intersection, and the people that live there, of course, want to improve their safety, but they don't want to ruin their businesses at the same time. And so, you know, this amendment is simply telling MnDOT that they have to come up with another option, that they can't divide this community and they can't put these small businesses out of business by putting this J-turn in. I'm hoping that the author just takes this as a friendly amendment to the bill, but I would stand for any questions.
Call upon the member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Moline and Representative Rukabina, who signed on to this. First of all, the J-turn is not new, members. It actually was an invention of Henry Ford, who was trying to make Detroit safer with all those cars he was building and running all over town there. I'm actually quite partial to him, Representative Rukavina in particular. You'll appreciate this, because if you're going to go to a left turn and just make a left turn, you just go left. But if you do a J-turn, you have to go down and turn left, and then you get to turn right. Then I just like that. I'd love to see you have to do a J-turn now and then. But members, seriously, the wings will not fall off if we adopt the amendment. But again, it's kind of committee work. I'd like to see the lay of the land, but given the small downtown in its nature, it may be prudent to have left turns right there. I do not know, but I know we're trying to do some J-turns. It's a part of the whole towards zero deaths thing that MnDOT is working on. So I'm going to just tell you, you're free agents on this. If you'd like to direct MnDOT to leave only left turns on the Iron Range in Cotton Township, fine. If you want to see them make right turns now and then, well, vote for the J-turn thing then. Thanks.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. Representative Tilbury offers the following amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tilbury moving to amend House File 1284, the fourth engrossment, as amended as follows. The amendment is coded 539.
Call upon the member from Anoka, Representative Tilbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular amendment is going to take me a couple minutes to explain. Back on August 1st, 2007, I think many of you could probably say where you were on that day. If you do not remember, I'll remind you. The I-35 bridge collapsed. And those of you who knew me on this House floor, I did make a speech about a friend of mine that did pass away on that bridge, and his name was Pat Holmes. Why is that important? Why am I bringing this particular amendment today? Well, see, what's happening is in that speech that I made, I said we shouldn't forget. We shouldn't forget about these victims. There were 13 that died. There was also 145 that were injured. And there's thousands of Minnesotans that were affected, one way or the other. When I'm bringing this forward is because that was a disaster I feel could have been prevented. Now, in my particular amendment, it focuses on a particular company or a corporation. Corporation that was hired by MnDOT to evaluate the Interstate 35 bridge back in 2003. Of course, my understanding is that the original bridge design was faulty. However, it is hard to understand, and I'm quoting this because I sent a letter to the governor regarding this. how this faulty design work could be missed by the company URS for 4 years prior to the bridge going down, and with the benefit of over 40 years of better understanding of bridge design. The reason that I bring this up is because this particular corporation settled with the victims with over a $54 million settlement. Now, granted, I'm not a lawyer, and usually, though, as I talk to lawyers here on our House floor, when there's a settlement that's made, you can imagine that it's for like expenses, or it's for things like we're not going to fight this because it would cost us more to fight it. $54 million they dished out. Not only that, there was another item back in URS agreed to pay $78 million to the Florida Department of Transportation for failing to adequately design an elevated roadway similar to a bridge, which sunk 7 inches just after it opened. I think we also know the Martin Saleable Bridge isn't being used right at the moment because that's being looked at. Who might have been in charge of that? Yes, the corporation, URS. Now, this may affect people on the Southwest rail line. And granted, I'm not into trying to wreck that. But I think that's something that you need to look at. And I'm bringing this forward because we had a company or a corporation that was willing to spend $54 million because they thought they might be liable or they're going to pay off on that. So this is what this amendment would do, is that it would keep us from doing business with someone like that causes health concerns or safety of our Minnesotans. It's something that I think we would look into. So that is why I bring this forward. It states that if someone is doing this with over $50 million, that raises huge questions. So I'm hoping that you'll accept this amendment.
Call upon the member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Tilbury, for bringing the amendment forward. Although, members, I would ask that you not support it. A lot of you were here, I guess, in 2008 when we passed the bridge compensation bill. It passed with pretty overwhelming numbers, and it largely took care of the financial side, at least from the state's point of view, of the victims of the bridge collapse. Now, there have been multiple reports of the causes of the collapse, from the NTSB study to a legislative investigation to investigations conducted by law firms on various sides of this issue. And there is no question that URS is responsible in part for the tragedy of the 35W bridge. But it's also true that a number of other companies and the state of Minnesota have a fair share of that responsibility. And as a person who cares very deeply about the people who are affected by this and who knows a lot of them personally, I am not at all unsympathetic to what you're trying to do, Representative Tilbury. But the state of Minnesota is going to be building that light rail project too. And the state of Minnesota was, in my mind, at least equally responsible for the fate of that bridge, because it was our job to make sure it didn't happen to begin with. So, members, I hope that you will not accept the Tilbury amendment. The Metropolitan Council is in negotiations, as I understand it, with URS regarding the Southwest Corridor project right now. I know that many of you might not be in love with light rail, but to the extent you think light rail is going to happen, you want it to be done in the best way possible. And the best way is for the professionals who are just completing a line right now, who've already done the Hiawatha line to select the best possible contractors, including engineers, to do the work, and not to have the legislature interfere. And Representative Tilbury, one of the reasons why there can be really big settlements is because the damages can be really high, and the cost of the litigation can be really high when it is extensive like this. And so there could be lots of reasons for really big settlements, and I think setting an arbitrary number is not the way to do it. And I think we should leave it to the Metropolitan Council to build a line according to their specs. And remember that I think there is a chance for the state to learn a lot from this. And if there was one state where I would hope that URS would have learned its lesson by now, it's in Minnesota, and put their very best people on this and make sure that mistakes don't happen again. But members, I think this is the wrong way to do it, and I would urge you to vote against the Tilbury amendment.
I apologize. I call upon the member from Scott County, Chairman Beard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. Representative Winkler, thank you for your measured remarks. I would like to echo your sentiments. This was a tragedy that we never, ever want to see again anywhere. But to assign or blacklist, I guess, a company that had a small portion of larger picture is something I think that we probably should not do on this floor. And if it does need to happen, we should have a little more measured input and hear from some other folks as well. So, members, I respectfully ask that you vote no on the Tilbury amendment.
Member from Anoka, Representative Tilbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also thank you, Representative Beard, for your words there. I just want to make sure that people understand that that is a huge payout, and it is about our public safety, and it's public safety of Minnesotans. And one of the things I want to mention about the particular Southwest corridor, and it's going to be kind of interesting because bridges will be crossing Interstate 494, Highway 100, Highway 169, and Highway 62. So we better have a company that knows how to build bridges. We better have proper notice that is needed. So I plan to withdraw the amendment, but what I wanted to do was show the seriousness of this, the seriousness of hiring companies and just kind of overlooking some of the oversights that they had and making it available to others. Like I said, I sent a letter to Governor Dayton, and I CC'd copies to people that had the victims' bridge, like authors, like Representative Winkler and so on. I did not send it to the press, but the press picked it up, and then they went with it, so someone supplied them with a copy of it. But my role in it was to recommend to Governor Dayton to look into this and not just let companies come in, be hired, and forget the past. We need to remember that. But I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Tilbury withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. Representative Lomer has an amendment at the desk. Members, the amendment is being copied. Clerk will report the amendment.
Lomer and others moving to amend House File 1284 to fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 541.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Lomer.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment at this time.
Representative Lomer withdraws the amendment temporarily.
Thank you.
Seeing no further, Representative from Hennepin, Representative Winchesky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have an amendment. It's not at the desk. And I understand Representative Lomer is waiting for hers. I don't know.
She withdrew.
Representative Winchesky, Representative Lomer has withdrawn her amendment. Representative Winchesky, do you wish to offer an amendment?
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess I can't because it's not at the desk, so no.
Seeing no further discussion, clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1284, as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion? Representative from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I really want to thank Representative Beard for his hard work on this bill. The Omnibus Transportation Bill is never an easy one to carry, and so I appreciate your hard work. And it's also good that we have a number of bipartisan provisions in this bill. That doesn't always happen on policy bills, and so, again, Representative Beard, thank you for including some important provisions from our side. I want to call attention to Representative Champion's provisions. He's done great work on the contracting question. That's a really important one. And I was hoping that we could get Representative Carlson's amendment on there. I have some still ongoing concerns about the online driver ed, but there is only one major objection I have to this bill. It won't prevent me from voting for it, members, but I did want to call attention to the speed issue. Representative Urdahl has worked on this for a number of years. And, you know, it's known as the Dimmler Amendment. Now I think it's called the Dimdahl Amendment. But I wanted to bring the Department of Public Safety's concerns to the House floor and to this debate. Because when we're not recording certain speeding convictions, I really believe that it's actually an incentive in some way. When we're not recording speeding violations, then people, I think, may take some license to speed up on our highways. And, you know, the Department of Public Safety, all of the AAA, a lot of the organizations that work so hard to keep our roads safe, have concerns. They cite greater potential for loss of vehicle control when you speed, increased stopping distance, less time available for driver response to avoid a crash, increased crash severity. And over a 3-year period, members, from 2008 to 2010, illegal or unsafe speed was a contributing factor in 266 fatal crashes, and that resulted in 296 deaths. So this is a serious issue. Madam Speaker, I'd like to have some a little bit more quiet in the chamber.
The gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. Members, please take your conversations to the cloakroom.
Speeding is one of the leading causes of death on Minnesota highways. And so when motorists ignore speed limits, it puts lives at risk. And when a driver is cited and the violation is not recorded on the driving record, it decreases the consequences of speeding. And so we've had this included in this bill in the past, hasn't survived conference committee for very good reason. I hope that will be the case this year. And again, I think there's many really good bipartisan provisions in this bill. I'm going to vote for it. I encourage others to vote for it. But let's also make sure that when this bill comes back from conference, it doesn't have this, I think, very dangerous provision that is strongly, strongly opposed by the Department of Public Safety. We've had state troopers time and again at the Transportation Committee testifying against this provision. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, thank you, Representative Beard, for your hard work.
The representative from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Beard, I think I briefly discussed with you a problem that I have just north of my house where I live, but in Representative Dill's district, you know, members, I think in 2005, former Congressman Oberstar got money to improve Highway 169 just north of my house all the way to Ely, Minnesota. I think it was in 2005, and it took us a few years. I think a couple of years ago we finally got the state match to improve that highway. And you know, some of our friends, good friends of mine and Representative Dill, have been working on this since about 2002, because the highway to Ely is very unsafe. In the wintertime, members, as the sun sinks slowly towards the south, a lot of those granite outcroppings block the sun most of the winter, and it's a terrible icy road. And the 4,000 people in Ely wanted a new highway for themselves, and a lot of them have to work down, you know, Ely's on the Vermilion Range, they have to work down on the Mesaba Range where the mines are. So they drive that route every day. And we were going to get this road fixed, and then all of a sudden last week we were notified by the Department of Transportation that, and we knew that a few, half a year ago, about 6 cabin owners that don't have to drive the road in the wintertime, that don't have to see their children on the school bus in the wintertime, made a stink because of this sulfate rule that we have. And so DOT got a little nervous, and they drilled through the rock that everybody sees when they drive to Ely, Minnesota. And last week they informed these people who have been working on this road for a decade that they weren't going to move the road. And one of the reasons here is this. One of the most challenging of their concerns is in regards to the regulatory agency, the EPA, and the Army Corps of Engineers. And it's questioning it because of the environmental concerns. And they go on to say that they're still going to use the money, Representative Beard, and they're going to widen the road and try to put some rumble strips and everything else. I don't know what that's all about. But that they're going to widen it, but when they widen it, they're going to have to take into consideration where the rock excavations are. Now, I think, Representative O'Driscoll, you probably have roads that wind through rocks down in your area, and Representative Gottwald, and I'm sure there are other people on this floor who have roads that wind through rock. But it's getting to the point of being absurd when we can't build a road that our kids and our friends and our neighbors have to drive every day, and our school buses have to go on, because Ely's kind of isolated, and so they got to drive down that road every day with the kids on it, and we can't realign the road and put it up on top of the ridge because 6 people from down here that got cabins complained. This is getting out of hand. And you know, I guess my question would be for my friends who are big supporters of the Vermilion State Park, which is right on that road between Sedan and Ely, how in the heck is the Department of Transportation or the Department of Natural Resources going to put a road into the Vermilion State Park through the same rock if the DOT can't put a road for the people that have to drive there every day? You know, what we have to go through, because we're blessed with the Boundary Waters and the Voyagers up north and all the public land we have, I don't know how you folks would feel if you couldn't fix a road to make it safer for your constituents and your kids and your neighbors and friends. But this issue is getting out of hand, Representative Beard, and I know you can't help me. And maybe you have another bill coming up, and I think you do, and maybe we can put in your bill that the DOT has to realign the road. And maybe it's time, members, that we tell the EPA, because one of their suggestions is, and I saw it in print, And I will show it to you that think I'm making this up. One of the EPA's suggestions was, can we leave the road where it is and put electric heating coils in the blacktop? Now this is great because we could build an entire electric power plant and that would be jobs. But it is showing you how absurd the EPA is getting, and it particularly affects us in northeastern Minnesota. So Representative Beard, it's not your fault, and I commend you. You got a good bill, and I really like the Dimmler amendment. But this is getting out of hand, Representative Beard, and I don't know if you can help us or not here this year yet before we leave. But I don't know, Representative Dill, if you want to comment on this, because I know how hard you've worked on this and how frustrated you must be. But you know, for a little thing that somebody found from 1974 in state law dealing with milligrams per liter of sulfates being discharged in water, to have jumped from copper nickel mining to iron ore mining, which has been going on for 130 years, and now to have jumped that we can't build a road anymore? We can't even realign a road? Members, let's have some common sense on this House floor. This has to be addressed, and I'm so frustrated, I don't know what to do, so I'm just sitting down.
The representative from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know that many get tired of listening to Iron Range issues on the House floor, but this issue is not an Iron Range issue. It happens to be applicable to a road that we have been working on for well over a decade. In fact, the people that have been working on this road, on this task force, they're well into drawing Social Security past age 67 and a half. And they have worked on this and worked on it, and suddenly this comes up. Now, you may think, oh, why do we care about this issue? Well, because I have a list, 3 pages, and I'm going to bring it on the next time we have a transportation bill that we can take a look at, that shows virtually every ethanol plant in the state. 10 milligrams? Are you kidding me? How about 1,500? How about 1,800? How about 2,400? How about 45,000 or some astounding number over the state amount of 10 milligrams per liter? Now, just a few years ago, a highway was built on the south side of Lake Vermilion. It's called County Highway 115, and then it was named by the county as the Doug Johnson Highway, Senator Doug Johnson, in his honor. And it goes along the south shore of Lake Vermilion, and from that whole road you can see the new Vermilion State Park. Now, if we can't realign a short section of the road going to Ely, which is on the other side of the lake, starting at 0 because this is a Y road, and diverging out to probably a couple miles apart, but going through the exact same rock form, how did they build that road? If now we can't build this road. But yet the standard was adopted in 1974. So this road has had person after person after person killed on this road from black ice. And it's well documented. It goes, as Ricavina said, it goes right by his house. And I don't know where this is going to end. But if you think that this isn't going to come out and touch you, every single district, whether you got there's a milk plant on there that make the milk for kids that has some phenomenal amount of sulfate discharge. Wait till they have to go get a new permit. Millions. In fact, at Keewat and Taconite, that investment is now sitting on the back burner, a $500 million investment, because they don't know if they have to spend another $250 million on a wastewater treatment plant to meet a standard that no one's sure of. So this road thing is getting out of hand. And this sulfate thing is completely wrong. And what we really need in the interim until the science is complete, which the science is in play and should be done in a few years, and we funded that in last year's legislature, what we really need is a suspension of the sulfate standard for people applying for permits until the new science is adopted. Because everyone in here, including the metro members, the rural members, the suburban members, are all in violation. Wastewater treatment plants, industrial plants, milk plants, ethanol plants, Everybody. There's not one person in this body that's not going to get touched by this. And I'll bring the list next time. Thank you for listening.
Call upon the member from Scott County, Chairman Beard.
Madam Speaker, members, thank you for making a good bill better. Thank you for the good conversation, and I'd appreciate your affirmative support. If you'd vote yea on the bill, that'd be a good deal. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. There being 121 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is passed as amended and the title is agreed to. Fiscal calendar. Pursuant to Rule 122, Representative Holbert for the Committee on Ways and Means calls up House File 2685 for immediate consideration. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2685 on the fiscal calendar, the third engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
I recognize the author, Representative Beard, who will explain the bill.
Madam Speaker, members, thank you for your attention. And for Part 2, House File 2685 is known in the committee as Transportation Omnibus Bill Number 2. This is the work that the committee did this year. Members, there's some good work in here, too. I hope you've played yourself out on your amendments so we can breeze right through this one, but I know there's a few things we're going to want to talk about. Members and Madam Speaker, it is my intention that this bill be signed by the governor as well. I'm going to go through a few provisions in the bill that you'll be interested in knowing about. I put some language in here for Representative Abler regarding temporary signs over trunk highways and the ability for Anoka County to do some maintenance on a county highway that seems to be important to Representative Abler. Representative Norton, your black and yellow trail provisions are in this bill. Representative Mazeral has some crash reporting. Members, did you know that whenever you run over a traffic light, your insurance will pay MnDOT to put that back up, but MnDOT has to find you first. So this allows the patrol and the police departments to report that information to MnDOT so that you can help square that away. The most important part of the bill, there's a couple of them here. One of them is my provision that trunk highway work contingent appropriation. Members, you'll remember last summer when I got to play a lawyer in front of Judge Guerin. Senator Gimsey and I asked the judge to please declare constitutionally dedicated trunk highway money a necessary function of government. Please allow the construction projects to continue to proceed. Members, that has wasted not only about a month of time, but about $70 million to date, it appears, closing down projects and starting them up again. That seems to be unnecessary. I hope you can support this provision. I certainly hope the governor can too, that if a legislature has appropriated the money, the governor has signed a bill and contracts have been signed and dirt is flying, that those projects could continue should the legislature not be able to agree on a budget going forward. This does not pertain to county or state project or local projects. This is just projects that are already underway. No new projects will be covered by this proposed contingency legislation. Representative Nelson is also carrying, members, an important provision for MnDOT. They would like to engage in a construction project called Construction Manager General Contractor. It's technical, it's complicated. There aren't a lot of projects where that makes sense, but there are a handful of them where the commissioner can actually save money and save time by employing this, but he needs specific legislation Representative Nelson is carrying to allow that to happen. We also have, again, legislation in this bill, as it is carried in the other bill for the Representative Champion's targeted group business. We also have Representative Detmer's legislation in here that passed off this floor, I believe, earlier today, or was it yesterday, Representative Detmer? Representative Lomer has a very important piece in here on municipal state aid for the St. Croix River crossing. That's important to help continue that project, which has strong bipartisan support both in Washington and in St. Paul. Let's see, Representative Keel has some conforming language for bridge inspections for MnDOT. Representative Paymar's electric bicycle language is in this bill as well. Let's see. There's some other language dealing with farm trucks and U.S. DOT numbers. Some language that's already passed. There's an amendment coming, members, that's going to delete some of this because some of these bills have already moved independently. There's a freight rail economic development study that will spend money from the Mercy program. That money's already been appropriated and is already existing. And there is Mini Truck Authority, a sunset extension in rural Minnesota in particular. Representative Norton is carrying legislation that allows the mini trucks, which have been used so successfully in small-town Minnesota, to continue. There is a provision in here, and I want to point this out because this could be a little controversial too, but it's important for those of us that live in the suburbs and work with opt-outs that we dial back some of the cuts that were made during last summer's budget negotiations. Members, the one thing you don't read a lot about, but is known to us on the Transportation Committee, is because of increased automobile purchases, MVEST funds accruing to the Met Council are up above projections by nearly $18 million. We're asking that a small portion of that be restored to some of the opt-out fundings, particularly some of the more successful ones in Maple Grove and in Plymouth, Shakopee, Prior Lake, that were setting their money aside for expanding park and ride and express bus service have found their funds been cut by the Metropolitan Council. We think those can be restored with these funds that have come in that were not expected. There also is a provision, one more Met Council provision here I'm looking for. Well, it'll come to me a minute, or perhaps you can ask me a question if we see it here. Non-commercial aviation liability, that was brought to us by MnDOT, Aeronautics Department. Members up in the northwest angle, way up above the Iron Range, way up above the Rainy River. There is a piece of Minnesota that sticks into Canada. You can't get there from here without going through Canada unless you take a very long boat ride. You used to be able to fly your own plane or charter a plane across there, but because of a provision in our law that changed a few years ago, the gentleman that owned that airport, it was private property, public use, had to discontinue public use. Adopting this bill and the language in this bill will assure that that can be a public airport again and people can fly to the northwest angle one more time. And of course we have some MnDOT trunk highway turnbacks. Representative Benson carried that provision. Members, that's pretty much the bill. I'm sure you'll have some questions about some of it, and I know there's a few amendments here that we'll want to talk about. With that, Madam Speaker, I will stand for questions or listen to amendments.
There are amendments at the desk. If there's no objection, we will let the author explain the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beard moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A38.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Madam Speaker, members, this is some of the amendment I was talking about. First, we're going to delete the manufactured home. That was a Murdoch provision. That has already passed this floor and is probably on its way to being signed. Let's see, sections 23 and 25 also pertain to the manufactured homes. Since 30 and 31, there are several. Anyhow, the amendment touches on the things that have already passed this floor and are no longer necessary in this bill. I just ask your support.
Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hornstein moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A39.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment deletes that Section 65 that Representative Beard just talked about towards the end of his presentation of the bill. He mentioned this is important for people from the suburbs. Well, it's actually only for 3 suburbs that are served by some of the opt-out providers. And when Representative Beard says it dials back some of the cuts from the summer, it actually dials back the agreement that was made between the legislature, the Republican leadership, and Governor Dayton to get us out of the government shutdown. This was part of the end negotiations on the transportation provisions of the overall universal budget agreement last year. And so this is not a minor matter to undo a major part of our budget agreement from last summer in a policy bill. So not only are there process issues where we're going back on a deal and going back on an agreement, these process issues in effect shift money from the Met Council to 3 opt-out providers. And here's the reason this is problematic. There's a couple. First, Representative Beard correctly said that the MVEST revenues have increased by $7 million, not $18 million, as he mentioned. The $18 million he mentioned is the forecasted MVEST increase. So that's not money in the bank. And if you're feeling some deja vu from last year when we debated this very provision, we talked a lot about the difference between MVEST's actual performance and MVEST's forecast. So we're basing this policy on a forecast and not actual money. Secondly, members, we're treating the suburban opt-outs differently than we're treating the other transit providers that are covered under that global finance deal that we made at the end of the government shutdown. Greater Minnesota is transit's not taken care of. CTIB, Met Council. We have 4 different transit providers in the state. We're only dealing with just one. And actually, in terms of the opt-outs, just a couple of the opt-outs. And the third and final point, members, is that we had extensive discussion last year about how these opt-out providers have far exceeded their reserves. So they do have resources in their reserves. They don't necessarily need this assistance. And for example, Maple Grove has 125% over their budget in reserves. Plymouth, 87%. Shakopee, 102%. So, members, this really is unnecessary. It undoes an agreement, and it picks winners and losers, the suburban opt-outs versus the other transit providers across the state, and particularly the Met Council. So for that reason, members, I would urge that we delete this from the bill. The Met Council has very, very strong objections to this, and I would urge that we support this amendment, and I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Is there further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd ask that you vote against this. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the Met Council withheld $4.2 million in MVEST funds, I believe the number was, and Maple Grove was had a successful operation, and they were planning a new park and ride. They'd run a successful operation and were planning to expand because of the success, because it's needed, and I feel very strongly that this really isn't fair to just take that money, and when the reason that the reserves were there was because of how successful the opt-out is. And so, members, I would strongly ask you to vote against this amendment.
Representative from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to support the amendment, and this is probably a disagreement between myself and Representative Pepin, but I represent Brooklyn Park, and we're not an opt-out. But right across the border in Maple Grove, they're an opt-out. They had a large budget reserve, and yes, they had plans for that money, but we were cutting last year as part of the agreement. We cut money to transit. My city had reductions in transit, reductions in bus service, while right across the border, 2 blocks, 3 blocks from my house, they're increasing transit because they have this large reserve that was even larger than the 125% of operating revenue for the next year that they had in reserve last year before the cuts. And they did not, if we go back on this, they were not going to share in the cuts that we all had to take, that we cut in reductions to transit when we did the bill last year, when we cut money to transit. So I rise to support this. It's a matter of fairness. It's a matter of fairness to the whole system, not just the few lucky opt-outs that had money in the bank. Everybody else had to take a cut. Met Council had to take the cut, and these people are going to be, if this provision is left in the bill, are going to be left harmless, and they're not going to have to share like everybody else in the cuts that we all had to do. And again, it was part of an agreement last year. We're going back on an agreement. I don't think we should be doing that.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know the hour is late, and we've had, again, enough of the metro versus greater Minnesota versus suburban issues, whether it's on the legacy bill and now again on transportation. And folks, if you represent a district that's got transit in greater Minnesota, you know that your providers are struggling. And what we're doing tonight, well, what Representative Hornstein is trying to address is we don't have enough funds to provide public transit throughout the state, so we're picking winners and losers. Representative Hornstein is trying to address that by leveling the playing field a little bit. But if you represent St. Cloud, if you represent Duluth, if you represent Mankato, represent Rochester, or like me, you represent a county that doesn't even have transit. You don't have park and rides that you can build. It's not that you have plans to expand. It'd be nice to actually have a bus, but you can't do it. This language that we did last year was to try to level that out a little bit, to try to spread those limited dollars out a little bit. But what this bill does, and what Representative Hornstein is trying to fix, is trying to help the people who actually have funds to run a full service and expand service and build park and ride lots, to be in the same place as the folks in greater Minnesota a little bit, to feel a little bit of the pain that we've been feeling in greater Minnesota year after year when it comes to transit. So I'm asking folks to support the Hornstein Amendment, not so much because I'm worried about helping on Met Council, sorry, but because I think we need to deal on transit on a statewide basis and stop having a ring of winners and a lot of losers.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none and a roll call having been ordered, the clerk will take... Oh, I apologize. The representative from Hennepin, Representative Anderson S.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I rise in opposition to this measure. I happen to represent the area of Plymouth, which is one of the opt-outs, as does Representative Carlson, Sandra Petersen, Representative Winkler, and a host of other members as well. This provision is, by removing this provision, you basically are penalizing this group of folks that have set this money aside to pay for the costs that they have incurred. I don't think that they should be punished for that, and I would encourage you to vote no on this.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just very quickly, I wanted to just set the record straight, and particularly with the comments that Representative Pepin made. You know, the administration never proposed a cut to any of these transit providers. It was not an administration position to have a zero cut. What happened in the negotiations is the majority had multiple cuts to multiple transit agencies, and so that's why in the process of negotiations and agreement, you know, there were cuts to transit, and that's ultimately what we're dealing with here. I'm a strong supporter of transit anywhere. There's wonderful work being done in Maple Grove and Plymouth. That's not the issue. We want to increase transit use and transit providers, but we have to have a level playing field, and we have to have both sides of the aisle recognizing how important this is and making sure that we don't cut transit dollars. So members, with that, again, I would strongly encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd encourage a red vote on the amendment. I will remind my friends that when the tide is coming in and Met Council finds itself with nearly $18 million that were not part of the budget agreement, sometimes things change. The situation changes. It's time to adjust to the changing situation. $5 million new dollars also came to my friends in Greater Minnesota Transit, and I'm glad for that. MnDOT has an extra $5 million they weren't counting on for Greater Minnesota as well. Members, I just ask you to vote no on the amendment and keep the bill the way it is. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion and a roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 70 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Murphy E. moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 534.
I call upon the member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker and members, there's a neighborhood in the district I represent called Desnoyer Park. Desnoyer Park is right along 94, and the neighbors there are tired and frustrated. Many of them, but not all of them, are interested in a noise wall, but according to the MnDOT formula, it's not justified. At least it is not yet. But there's going to be more construction in the neighborhood, 94 and the 280 interchange, and we had quite a community meeting the other night. A lot of frustration with what's happening and neighbors who aren't sleeping well. And so I've talked with the Department of Transportation to see if we could put together a stakeholder group to help guide this neighborhood through this construction and to work on the noise issue. MnDOT supports this amendment, and I've shared it with Representative Beard, and I'd ask for your support. Thank you.
Member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Members, Representative Murphy and Madam Speaker, this asks MnDOT to establish a stakeholder group. I have a hunch they're planning on doing this anyhow, so you could vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Adopted.
The clerk will report the next amendment.
Sanders and others moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 536.
I call on Representative Sanders to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. So as we were waiting, we realized this amendment was actually signed into law last week in Senate File 1875.
Representative Sanders withdraws his amendment.
Madam Speaker.
The member from Scott, the very dashing Representative Beard.
Representative Sanders, you don't know how disappointed I am your bill was signed into law. I wanted to discuss it here this evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will report the next amendment.
Runbeck and others moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this amendment is sort of a put your money where your mouth is amendment. We're talking about our light rail system in the metro area, the 2030 plan, which is we're in the midst of building out. This plan comes to us from an unelected body. My understanding is, from talking to folks around here, is that there has never been a straight up and down vote on a light rail transit system. We are committing ourselves to billions of dollars of construction, and don't forget about the tails that the state is going to have to pick up, which is $500 million of operating expenses once the system is complete. And this amendment, members, would say that before you get excited about a light rail system coming to your suburb, let's have a hard, realistic look at it, because you are going to pick up some of the operating costs. I mean, it's so easy to say this is a great idea when, you know, the benefits come to you at no cost. This is so utterly, you know, irresponsible for the future. With the kinds of obligations we're making, for which we don't know. In fact, you know, here we are midway through the development of it. Is it living up to its expectations? Is it really what this metropolitan area needs? Are there better, more efficient systems? You know, when do we talk about these questions? When does an elective body get to vote on it? When do the voters get represented in what is going to cost them millions of dollars? So, members, I think this is a first start in saying we're going to have some accountability. We're not going to just go on for another 15, 20 years putting together a system does not really meet our needs, is not really suited to the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, which I'll just remind you is a very low-density metropolitan area. Light rail isn't really efficient in low-density areas. We are a city with 2 downtowns. Very inefficient. So, members, I think it's time we start really taking a hard second look, putting the cities that are going to benefit in some sort of a position to be accountable for their decisions. And I urge your vote. Thank you.
I call upon the representative from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if Representative Runbeck would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck, as I understand it, if you build a highway, the highway doesn't stay in perfect repair until the end of time. Do you know if there's a provision in state law that requires the communities through which the highway travels to fund all future or half the future maintenance of that highway?
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just a couple of responses to that. First of all, rail is far more heavily subsidized than roads because the roads are used by and paid for largely by private individuals. So, and secondly, I think in the situation of rail, you're paying for, we've got 2 to 3 to 4% of trips in the metro area are by transit. So we're talking about a very selective group of users. So the whole financing picture is very different. The subsidies are substantial when it comes to transit. For every $5 trip, the rest of us are going to pay $15 or $20. So I think it's a very different financial picture, and the roads, of course, are far more useful in terms of all forms of transportation and commerce.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck, I'll take that as a no. We don't have a similar provision requiring freeways to be maintained exclusively or half by the cities through which they travel. And Representative Runbeck, I don't know, but I'm not aware of any private toll highways in Minnesota. I think actually highways and bridges are 100% subsidized. They're a public good compared to just like mass transit is. In fact, if anything, mass transit is less subsidized by the public since there actually is the requirement that the users pay as they travel on the train or the bus or whatever else it is. So highways and bridges are far more subsidized than mass transit is because there actually is a copay with transit that doesn't exist for highways. And really what you're talking about here, and your other point about how the Twin Cities is a less dense, well, never mind, I won't talk about what's more dense, but the legislature has the ability to create multiple transportation modes for commuters who get around the Twin Cities. And it might be that cars are the best way for some people to get to work, but there are a whole lot of businesses in multiple parts of the metro area who think transit is a pretty important way for their employees to get to their jobs. And that's why the business community is such a strong supporter of mass transit in this metropolitan region. So, Representative Runbeck, what you're really doing is trying to create a special penalty for mass transit as a way for people to get to work. And, I don't know, but I don't tend to think of mass transit as being a form of socialism. I'm sure some people might. But anything that helps people get to their jobs and do their work and helps corporate America make lots of money that they can use to distribute to their shareholders or buy other companies or whatever doesn't sound very socialistic to me. And if they think it's a good idea and they want to help pay for it and mass transit moves people, then it seems to me that that's a pretty capitalist idea. And certainly these are no more subsidized than any other form of transportation. As we grow as a region, we can decide where the growth is going to happen. If we build rail, the growth will tend to happen near the rail, and it will be far more efficient and cost us less infrastructure money down the road. So if you don't like mass transit, you're not supported, but you're in opposition to the strong demand of the business community, the strong demand of local residents, the strong demand of our communities, and the fact of the matter is that you're against the only form of transportation we have in this state that actually requires the users to pay for it as they go along. So I don't really understand why this is a form of some kind of government-operated socialism that has to be stopped in its tracks when every other form of government-funded transportation is just fine. So, members, I hope you'll vote no. I think this is pretty absurd, and I hope we could actually get to a discussion. We could have a good discussion about what forms of transit work, which ones are best for the Twin Cities, which ones are best for parts of the Twin Cities region. But to single out light rail to say that this is somehow terrible and bad, when but when a whole lot of very rational dollars and cents business people think it's a good idea, is a mistake.
The Minority Leader, Representative Petersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's 1:45. We spent several hours tonight on a bill that we know is never going to become law. We have a bunch of Republican amendments that probably could have found their way into the, I'm sure Representative Beard would have included them in his bill had you actually approached him. I mean, you guys are running the show. We came in at 7, recessed again. We recessed for so many hours today. I move that the chamber adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I'd ask for a roll call. This morning, I suppose, Friday.
Seeing a roll call has been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 68 nays, the motion is not agreed to. Members, we are on the Runbeck Amendment. Further discussion to the amendment? Calling the members from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, will Representative Beard yield?
He will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Representative Beard, if you would take a look at the amendments ahead, I'd like you to just take a look for a moment and tell me how many of these amendments were actually heard in your committee.
Member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Well, speaking particularly of the A11 amendment that's in front of us, this year this has not been heard in my committee, Mr. Morrow.
Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Representative Beard, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the other amendments. I'm looking at the 545, the 519, 542, 544, both sides of the aisle. But I think, Representative Beard, my recollection from being in that committee with you is we didn't hear pretty much all of these. In fact, I don't think we heard any of them. So, Madam Speaker, with that in mind, not believing that we should be doing committee work on the floor, and I heard Representative Beard say earlier on other amendments that he didn't want the amendment added to the bill because it wasn't heard in the committee. Madam Speaker, I'm going to move that this bill be laid on the table so that Representative Beard can work with the amendment authors and come back in the light of day and do this more efficiently rather than in the middle of the night keeping our staff up late. And Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Morrow moves that House File 2685 as amended be laid on the table. There's a request for a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 71 nays, the motion to lay the bill on the table is not agreed to. Members, we are on the Runbeck amendment. Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like a roll call on the amendment. And just a couple of more points. Sorry.
Roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Representative Runbeck.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, something that is such an important issue is that we are assuming, as we go ahead building out a rail system, that the Twin Cities, that Minnesota can adequately fund 3 transportation systems, the road system, the bus system, and the transit system. And there's really no way that we're going to have the kind of money to do these adequately, and particularly in a city that sits on a plain that is very decentralized in terms of our employment. I mean, the whole concept of rail just really loses its effectiveness. We've got 60% of our commuters going from suburb to suburb. So I think, we could just list and go on with so many more, I think, examples of how we've gone in a direction, maybe because we thought it was what every other city was doing, what was cool in Europe or something. But we've got a fabulous road system in the Twin Cities. You can get from anywhere in Minneapolis to anywhere in the whole Twin Cities on wonderful roads. So, if you've driven in Stockholm, if you've driven in Frankfurt, if you've driven in Rome, you can't get anywhere on a car. So yes, you do need a very elaborate, very costly system. This is not the system for our state.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, I urge a no vote on this for a couple of reasons I'll try not to repeat. What we often hear in rail is the tired old argument that all rail systems lose money. I sort of enjoy that. They all lose money. And the thought is, because there's a fare box, that because a rail system, whether it's here or any other city, takes in this much and costs this much to run every year, that the difference there is the loss. That's the loss. It loses money. But what if we applied that same rationale to Highway 94? It takes in 0 in the fare box, and it costs a lot of money to run. Is that a loss? Are we losing money on Highway 94? Are we losing money on Highway 100 or Highway 169? No, no one would ever say that. But when it comes to rail and buses and other forms of transit where there's a fare box, we get into this sort of profit-loss discussion, which really bears no relation to reality. I mean, the fact is, light rail is popular. A recent survey by business groups in the Twin Cities showed that 64% of Twin Cities residents support light rail and support expanding light rail. It's also wildly popular in another way, and that's ridership. The Hiawatha Corridor, the only corridor we have right now, which is only a straight line. You can't even connect anywhere. It's just a straight line from downtown Minneapolis to Bloomington. You can't get off and transfer to another line. Even that has exceeded ridership expectations for the year 2020. We are already ahead of ridership expectations. People can't get on that thing fast enough. So the idea that we're going to be, abandoning something that people like, both in terms of what they tell pollsters and how they vote with their own dollars seems to me not the right strategy. So it's popular in more ways than one. It doesn't lose money in the sense that's any different from the way highways lose money, and I think we've got to think about that with light rail. And, you know, as Representative Winkler pointed out, we wouldn't ask the same thing, Representative Runbeck, of Circle Pines. We wouldn't say that they have to pay for Lexington Avenue, even though it runs between and among different suburbs. But that portion that goes through Circle Pines, all the operating costs are just on the taxpayers of Circle Pines. We wouldn't do that. We don't do that as far as I know. So I don't think we should go down this road. I agree that reasonable people can disagree on the merits of this, that, or the other light rail corridor. But the other thing I would say is we know that further congestion is coming to the Twin Cities. We can run, but we can't hide. We're expecting a lot more people here in the next 10 to 20 years, and we can't just pave our way out of the problem. I support expanding highways. I'm the biggest supporter there is, I think, of widening Highway 100 or making improvements to Highway 169 in my neck of the woods. So I'm not saying we stop paving, but we can't just pave our way out of the problem. And if we're going to be a mature metro area, if we want to sit at the big kids table, we're going to have a mature transportation system that includes highways, of course, buses, and rail. And I think this amendment would unfortunately make that critical balance less likely.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is there a House policy that requires that any members who, because of the late hour of the night, feel that it would be unsafe for them to drive home, get reimbursed by the House of Representatives for a hotel room?
Representative Petersen, I'm not sure if there is a policy or not. I would call on the Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
Madam Speaker, Representative Petersen, I don't believe it's in our rules, but I believe it's within the parameters of the House, and the custom of the House has been that if that is the case, that it is generally reimbursed up to $90, I believe, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Runbeck, in order to determine the subsidy for roads, all you need to do is look at the state auditor's reports on cities and counties, and you'll find that we subsidize roads to the tune of $1 billion or $2 billion a year. I can't remember the number. They don't pay for themselves. They are subsidized. So we need to dispense with the myth that roads somehow pay their own freight and transit is subsidized.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important to realize that there's a significant difference in the volume carried on one system versus another. So you've got I-694 with 100,000 vehicles every day and probably 125,000 passengers versus one line which maybe carries 2,000 people back and forth. So I mean it's a drop in the bucket, and we're going to spend countless millions of dollars to maybe double the ridership in transit and really still be not very much further along in terms of transit ridership. We are an automobile society, and this particular metro area is even more so. So I urge your support.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's the problem. We're an automobile society, and there's a lot of attendant problems with that. We just had an article in the paper just the other day that our air pollution is now exceeding federal standards, primarily because of the automobile. We're dependent on foreign oil, which causes a lot of instability. Automobiles are fine as an option, but let's have other options for people that want them. And so, members, I think it's really important to just make sure that we have a fact check here. The Hiawatha line, our only operating light rail line now, has significantly exceeded its ridership projections. It has quadrupled its initial projections. It is wildly popular. It carries 10% of transit riders total in our region. 40% of the commuters in downtown Minneapolis use transit. Many, many more will use it once we build our light rail system out, Southwest Corridor and Central Corridor. So this is just simply so ill-advised on so many levels. We've talked about the double standard that this amendment presents vis-a-vis roads and transit. This is regional infrastructure. It's funded regionally. 50% of the funding for light rail lines comes from the federal government, a significant chunk from the counties. We would never ask the cities to do this. It's regional in nature. It benefits the region. This is a very ill-advised amendment, ill-informed, and I would strongly suggest a no vote.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. It is almost unbelievable that at 2 a.m. in Minnesota we are debating rail. It is almost unbelievable. We're debating this when the rest of the country is building. Not one, multiple. And very often those efforts are led by their local chambers, by Republican mayors, by Republican governors. We are an aberration in Minnesota. We are an aberration. And as a result of these debates that set us apart from the rest of the country, we're behind our economic competitors. And therefore, I would say an amendment like this is anti-business. The business community in Minnesota does finally understand, and they are united. They are united. They have done yeoman's work this year. I can't ask for more than the business community has done this year, as they have brought forward the issue of rail transportation. The St. Paul Area Chamber, the Greater Minneapolis Area Chamber, the Twin West Chamber, and the Minnesota Chamber, all united around this issue. Taking members there for in-depth tours, patiently lobbying, explaining, writing op-ed pieces. I can't ask for more. I would say this is anti-business. But let me also just put it in the context of other transportation investment. And I'm going to talk specifically about local roads and local bridges. We are exceedingly generous with local communities. We take this burden off them with our geo-bonding. Year after year after year, I have no concept of how much the state has subsidized local roads and local bridges. And we never have debated the wisdom of that on this House floor. We have never asked for an economic measure of that investment. We don't even ask for reports on what are the bridges being built, what are those local roads being built, what is the economic impact of that massive investment. Year after year for decades, we have subsidized local roads and bridges with no question, no debate as to outcome. But here, a new mode that has proven itself around the country and around the world, we are still debating at 2 a.m. in Minnesota, when the business community is long past this debate. We are out of step. We are out of step with the Minnesota business community. We are out of step with our economic competitors. It will hurt this state.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Benson J.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Call me cranky, call me old, and call me tired at 2 a.m. in the morning. I want to point out the absurdity of carrying on a debate of an issue of this complexity on the floor of the House. Why the chair of the committee that ought to have dealt with this hasn't asked us to vote this down on the grounds that this is an incompetent way to discuss such a complex issue. It's just beyond belief. And how members of one party or another can simply vote for this absurdity simply because they have a member of their group, of their caucus, who is pushing this, and so, oh yes, I'm just going to vote for it. We're going to discuss the whole transportation system of the state of Minnesota and the metropolitan area at 2 a.m. in the morning and not take it to a committee and have expert testimony and witnesses to discuss this and to educate us. Anybody who votes for this on the floor has to be crazy to do such a thing. Please, Madam Chair and Chair of this committee, bring this foolishness to a halt.
Madam Speaker.
Members, we will have order. We have a number of members seeking recognition. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Runbeck and members. We talk here about we're an automobile society, but there's a little dirty secret we're not talking about here, and my colleague over here kind of touched on it a couple minutes ago, but we're getting older as a society. And I'm hearing more and more from the constituents in my district and in my city, they want more transit options. They want to be able to go to the doctor, go to the Twins game, do this thing that they have to do in their life and not have to drive because they are no longer able to drive. And to say that we're a transit society, we're an automobile society, well, Representative Westrom isn't, I hope he's not on the road driving on Highway 75 at 60 miles an hour. And we're having more people in this state that are getting to the point where they cannot any longer drive. We need these transit options. I have a map on the wall in my office that I got from the Met Council. I asked them a few years back, what was the light rail system, the streetcar lines in Minneapolis-St. Paul? At a time when we had less people here and we had less density in the cities, and we had a streetcar system that rivaled Europe and all these other places that have them, and we tore that up. We need to go back to that, get that system up. That's what we're trying to do here, is build a system throughout the city and get transit increased in the rural areas so that we can get people to their doctors, to the grocery stores, to the things that they need to do. That's what this is about. And to say that we're subsidizing this more than roads, we're subsidizing the roads. We all pay to have them plowed. We all pay to have them maintained. We all pay to have the grass cut along the sides of them. And we're not requiring our cities that they drive through to pay for that themselves. Vote this amendment down, please.
The member from Scott, Representative Beard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that very much. Representative Benson, I've been asking to be recognized for some time, but we do have a protocol apparently where you get on the list and they call you in order. So finally my name comes up so I can say, members, please vote red on this amendment, and we'll just move on with it. But I just want to say one thing. When we talk about subsidies, I want you to understand that people that went before us decided that we would have hard-surfaced all-weather roads and we would not subsidize them, we would pay for them with user fees. Vehicle sales taxes, gas taxes, annual registration fees, and when you renew your driver's license you pay a fee, and they all pay for the road with a common purpose, solid social understanding that that is how we're going to get around on the trunk highway system. We will pay for it by the users who use it. That's how it's paid for. Is that a subsidy? Call it what you want. But this is not the time or the place for this discussion. This is a series of committee meetings. Madam Chair, I'd be delighted to hear these next year if I'm fortunate enough to come back here. Maybe the word fortunate isn't the word I'm looking for. But members, at this moment, at 2 o'clock this morning, please just vote red on the amendment. Thank you very much.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Beard. You got it half right. Vote no. But you forgot about the subsidy to the road system. Because I can't get from my front door to I-94 without driving on local roads that are funded by property taxes. They're not funded by user fees. They're funded by property taxes. That's a subsidy for our highway system. My taxes go to the bus system. They go to the train system. They're subsidies that help make this state work. Representative Hausman, you're right. This amendment is behind where the business community is. But it's also behind where Minnesota is. This body is getting further and further behind where Minnesota is and Minnesotans are. I am lucky enough to represent some of the Hiawatha line. I door knock and I find people who moved into my neighborhoods to live along the Hiawatha line, to only have one car for a busy family because they can take the opportunity to take the light rail and take the train. You know what this is? They find that they're freer with the opportunity for transit. They're freer. Representative Nelson, you're right. I'm not getting any younger, neither are you, and neither are most of our constituents. And they want the freedom to be able to get around when it doesn't make sense for them to drive anymore. They want to be able to get to the doctors and the family and the stores and wherever it is they need to go and not have to worry about getting on the road and driving all the time. It's been said the definition of a conservative is someone who knows the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And this amendment defines that. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, roll call being ordered, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. On the amendment, there are 35 ayes and 92 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 543.
Call the member from Swift, Representative Falk, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of respect for the process in the body, I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
Representative Falk withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Lenczewski moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 542.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Lenczewski, to present your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I, too, will withdraw my amendment. I will note, Mr. Speaker, there was a recess today for 7 or 8 hours. I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Lenczewski withdraws her amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Scott moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 519.
Call a member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll also withdraw my amendment.
Representative Scott withdraws her amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Liebling and others moving to amend House File 2685, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 544.
Call the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Wow, the pressure is fierce now.
Representative Liebling withdraws her amendment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the foreshadowing, but I was going to say a couple of words. But you
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling, you have the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you kind of spoiled my line here, but I was going to talk about a couple of hours ago we had a beautiful amendment on the floor here with gorgeous signatures, and mine is kind of plain. But when I thought about what we did a few hours ago, I thought, you know, all about the freedom and the jobs that were in that amendment that gave us only one license plate on a car, and I thought maybe we should revisit that issue. But since the hour is late and my friend Tony Cornish has asked me to withdraw the amendment and the Speaker has already foreshadowed my doing so, I will withdraw the amendment.
Representative Liebling withdraws her amendment. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2685 as amended.
Third reading. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 89 ayes and 38 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Title is agreed to. Call the member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, it's my intention to place House File 1752 House File 2172 McElpatrick, Senate File 201 Garofalo Careless Driving, and Senate File 1653 Sanders, a bill for an act related to labor and industry, on the fiscal calendar for Friday, April 27th, 2012.
Call the member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move the calendar of the day be continued.
Representative Dean moves the calendar of today be continued. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Motions and resolutions. There's a copy of the non-controversial motions at the front desk and online. If there are no objections, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail.
Biskins moves that House File 2140 be recalled from the Committee on Commerce Regulatory Reform and be re-referred to the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Call the member from Scott, Representative Biskins, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the right to work legislation. I'm looking for a little jump start. I asked Roger Goodell if he would come back and see if we could get this one moving as well. I didn't have any success, but hopefully have success here on the House floor, moving this important issue forward. Take it to the Committee on Rules. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Biskins requests a roll call on his motion. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the motion. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to table the motion.
Representative Drazkowski moves to table the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a roll call.
Representative Biskins requests a roll call on the motion to table. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll.
Okay, this is laid on the table.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 9 nays, the motion prevails. Announcements. Announcements. The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, the Curmudgeon Caucus will have a brief meeting in room 351 immediately after session.
The member from Hennepin, the Minority Leader, Representative Petersen. The member from Washington, the Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, there was an email that was out earlier that had us coming in tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for a picture at our desks. We will be adjourning until 2 p.m., so I think if everybody would just move that up to 2 p.m., that would be just fine. Just come with your desk clean, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for a nice photograph at 2 p.m. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 2 p.m., Friday, April 27, 2012.
Representative Dean moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 2 p.m., Friday, April 27, 2012. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Representative Dean.
I move the House do now adjourn.
Representative Dean moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m., Friday, April 27, 2012.